Okay, let's kind of get started. We will start with our first bill, HB 105, creating a new conservation license plate and directing the additional fee to the Crinan Bacteria Mitigation Loan and Grant Fund. And the chair would like to recognize the sponsor, Representative Rung. Welcome to Transportation, Representative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, everyone. I'm very pleased to introduce HB 105 FN. It is to provide a non-tax revenue source for the Cyanobacteria Mitigation Loan and Grant Fund, which is managed by the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. As you may be aware, toxic cyanobacteria blooms are increasing in frequency and duration throughout the world, including New Hampshire lakes, ponds, and rivers. They threaten the health of people and animals and risk billions of dollars in value created by our lakes. Controlling the occurrence of cyanobacteria blooms is complicated and expensive. Although we can't directly control the warming of water, which drives the prevalence of blooms, we can control the nutrients which feed cyanobacteria blooms, specifically phosphorus and nitrogen. To do this, DES and lake and watershed associations rely on water body specific studies to identify the source of nutrients which enter a lake or are embedded in the sediment. These studies, referred to as watershed management plans or watershed-based plans, come at a cost ranging from $50,000 and up. Among the plan's deliverables are the identification of specific projects to mitigate nutrient loading, which may include culvert replacement or maintenance, runoff diversion, revegetation of shoreline, and shoreline septic system replacement, and so on. Sometimes, if the nutrients are entering the water column from the sediment, an in-lake treatment may be required to control blooming. DES uses watershed management plans to assist it in determining which projects receive available funding. All these projects come at a cost that can range from several thousands of dollars to hundreds of millions of dollars. DES awards funding to support watershed water quality needs through Section 319 of the EPA matching grants and Section 604B. But these total less than $500,000 per year, and I'm sure the folks from DES will correct me if I'm wrong on that. But it's far less than the current need. For example, the Lake Winnipesaukee Alliance has identified 270 mitigation projects, with 50 completed. To complete all of them for this lake would require more than $9 million. And those are just projects that are identified now, that haven't been identified through watershed management planning that's in process or planned in the future. When the Cyanobacteria Mitigation Loan and Grant Fund was established in 2023, it initially received $1 million from the general fund. It received another $500,000 from ARPA funds and $500,000 from surplus. Most has already been spent. We need a sustainable source of funding to address this growing need of cyanobacteria blooms. The Love New Hampshire Lakes Conservation Plate, which is proposed in HB 105, also known as the Loon Plate, will meet a tremendous need in the state by generating sustainable, non-tax revenue to help address the growing problem of toxic cyanobacteria blooms. It's uncertain how much revenue will be generated annually, but the Moose Plate program has generated over $30 million since its inception in 2001. That is over $1 million per year. If the Loon Plate generates even half this much, it will help us respond and mitigate the threat toxic cyanobacteria blooms poses to the health of our people, animals, environment, and economy. It will also help us raise awareness that New Hampshire lakes are a priceless resource to our state and deserve protection. So I ask you to please support a recommendation of ought to pass on HB 105, and I welcome any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rung. Any questions from the committee? Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Why is cyanobacteria such a health concern? What kind of conditions or what effects does it have on human?
Oh, thank you, Representative, for the question. Exposure to toxic cyanobacteria has both acute and chronic impacts on human health. Acute, would be exposure immediately to a bloom, would result in or may result in skin rashes. Any ingestion would result in gastrointestinal distress and headaches, flu-like symptoms. Chronically exposure to certain toxins that are in cyanobacteria. And I should say that not all cyanobacteria are toxic, but when we identify a bloom, we assume that there's toxicity in the bloom. And because there is severe there's anatoxins which affect the liver, and there's neurotoxins which affect the neurological system. There's very strong evidence that's linking exposure to a component of toxin called BMAA to ALS and other neurological diseases. In fact, there's one of the leading researchers in this field is Dr. Elijah Stommel out of Dartmouth. And his research has also been supported by research done at the University of Miami. So, but it may take years. There's other elements to contributing to that ALS that besides what could be BMAA. But it is, I know people personally who have had acute symptoms of cyanobacteria blooms, and they didn't even know it was from cyanobacteria. They were just swimming from one side of a lake to another, and they didn't realize they were swimming through a bloom. And then they got sick, and the bloom was identified, and then they put two and two together. And there's also been pets who have died, and also pets who become very, very critically ill from exposure to blooms. And it's particularly hazardous to the pets and children because they have a lower body mass. And so exposure to those toxins have come at a much higher impact than they would someone who's larger. But thank you for the question.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. Difficult question to answer, I'm certain, but I wanted to see if you have any better information. You mentioned the moose plates that we currently offer. My suggestion might be that some of the same people buying the moose plates would be buying these. So I'm not sure you would get the accurate number of just by looking at moose plates and these and thinking it would do the same. But at $30 a piece, which is what I'm gathering here, it would seem to me you'd have to sell an enormous number of these to make a dent in what is needed for lake mitigation or even I know what the septic systems cost around the lake, and they're enormous. So I'm trying to figure out how this is going to solve any kind of a large problem that we have here.
Thank you for the question, Representative. The $30 is based on what the moose plate is being charged. And I do expect that there may be some people that switch from the moose plate to the loon plate. I'll be one of them. But then there's other people, like my husband, who doesn't have a special plate. And I know that he'll want to get the loon plate because we've been doing whatever we can personally to support cyanobacteria mitigation. Andrea Lamarneau, who is the executive director of New Hampshire Lakes, I believe they did a survey of their membership of who has moose plates that would switch, who doesn't have plates but would get the loon plate. So she could probably answer that part of your question. And as far as the revenue of this covering the costs of mitigation projects, it's not going to. But we do receive 319 grants from the federal government, other monies that can come in. I look at the money coming in here, and I don't want to speak for DES, I know they're here, but it likely would go to ensure that we do those watershed management plans. So we identify where those sources of nutrients going into a lake. And that's very important information because many lake associations will fund their own projects. They'll do them. But sometimes just getting that upfront cost to do that watershed management planning, because that takes about 18 months to actually, and that's a good timeline to get one of those completed because there's a lot of water testing that has to go on. There's a lot of inspection of shoreline to really understand non-point sources of some of these contaminants. So it will help. And I don't want, I don't know, I forget, is it good to be the enemy of perfect? I think we need money to address this problem. And just because it's not the money that will fund all of the projects, we have to do something. I don't know if you're aware of last summer, but it was brutal up in the Lakes region with all the blooms. They were hitting lakes that never saw blooms before.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if there is any, and maybe it's someone behind you, that would have the information about how many households would be affected within New Hampshire just by effects in various lakes. You know, it would seem that the density is much greater around the lakes, and I'm wondering how far away from that concentric circle theory of the lakes, how many families would be affected by mitigation or something like that? Is that part of
That's
those
good.
studies?
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Stommel in Dartmouth has a study, and he presented it to the SB 85 Commission a year ago, almost a year ago now. It was to healthcare providers in New Hampshire. It was a presentation he gave to healthcare providers, but he shared it with the SB 85 Commission, which looks at environmentally triggered diseases. And I believe in that, and it's on YouTube if you want to look at it, but I believe in that. Among his slides, he showed that from up to 3 to 5 kilometers away from a bloom, people can inhale BMAA. This was particularly just looking at BMAA, which is just a component of certain cyanobacteria blooms. So, and he's also identified clusters of ALS that have been associated with chronic cyanobacteria blooms. One is Muskoma Lake. And there was one that was identified, I think, a year or two ago around the eastern shore of Lake Champlain, which has also been severely impacted by blooms. So it doesn't have to be just people right next to the water getting skin contact with the toxins. The toxins can become aerolized, and people can, ingest them, can breathe them in, and that can happen 3 to 5 kilometers away. I don't know if that answers your question, but there's studies going on all over the world about this. So the research is still coming out, but it is not as questionable as to what the impacts are as they were 5-10 years ago. And I think that, their DES can probably answer that more, but those are the people that would pay more for a license plate because they are more directly impacted. Somebody who doesn't go to the lakes, doesn't contribute to the lake economy, they're not going to be forced to put into this fund unless they want to get that plate and pay the extra $30. But $30 adds up when you look at, I think I had some data, but there are thousands and thousands of plates, those moose plates that are issued every year. I think it might be close to 2,000. I think it's over 1,000 though, for sure.
Representative Crawford?
Thank you. Representative Rung, do you have any written testimony that you want to?
Yes, I
appreciate
will
that.
share it with you. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Chair would now like to recognize Representative Paterno, who is in support of the bill, asking for 1 to 2 minutes. Welcome, Representative, to Transportation.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee for hearing my testimony. I just wanted to, for the record, I'm Katie Peternell. I represent the towns of Wolfboro and Tufton in the beautiful Lakes region. And I just want to express my support for this bill, especially it being a non-taxpayer funded voluntary option to raise awareness about the issue of cyanobacteria and how it impacts our lakes. The two towns that I represent are significantly impacted by these cyanobacteria blooms. They impact our tourism and even the health of our local population taking advantage of the lakes. So I just wanted to express my support. I don't have any technical background or information to add, so you can ask me all the questions you want, and I probably won't be able to answer them, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Chair would now like to recognize Representative McDonald, who is in support of the bill, who is asking for 2 minutes. Welcome, Representative, to Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm probably going to repeat a lot of stuff that the previous representative just said, but I represent Cal District 6, which is a community of Wolfboro and Tuftonboro, and we'd like to ask you to support this particular bill. It's an important bill as it deals with the health of several hundred bodies of our waters in New Hampshire. Currently, many lakes and ponds are experiencing cyanobacteria blooms. These blooms affect not only the health of the person in the water or using the water, but also the economy in general. I'm sure during the summertime you may watch Channel 9 and they'll have cyanobacterial warnings, or you'll see something on Facebook. And that all has a negative effect on boating, hotel rentals, and generally people coming up here to enjoy our waters. I would ask that you support the $30 fee, which will establish the Cyanobacteria Mitigation Loan and Grant Fund to address this growing problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair would now like to recognize Amy Smaluga. Did I get it right?
That was a pretty good first attempt. It was Smagula. Yep.
Smaluga from the New Hampshire DES, who is asking for 2 minutes, who has some written testimony I believe you emailed.
Yes, correct. Yes, it came over this morning. So my name is Amy Smagula. I am with the Department of Environmental Services, and I'm the director of the Limnology Center there, where we study the water quality of lakes, ponds, and rivers. Representative Rung gave you a really good background of the program for cyanobacteria and the impacts, and I'd just like to build on that a little bit from the agency's standpoint. The Department of Environmental Services is just tracking this bill at this point. We're remaining neutral on the bill, but I do want to provide some information about the blooms that we are seeing. Cyanobacteria were formerly called blue-green algae. That may have been another term that you were familiar with. Cyanobacteria is the current term that we are using. And they're often responsible for producing harmful algal blooms in surface waters due to warm temperatures and high nutrient concentrations. They can also be there when the nutrients are not high as well. In the past 2 years, NHDES has seen unprecedented numbers of cyanobacteria blooms across our state. We've issued more than 120 cyanobacteria warnings due to high cell counts. We use 70,000 cells per milliliter as a threshold. And that's a fairly high cell count. That's usually when you see the scummy growth along the shoreline and it turns the water a bluish green color. And when it's that high, they can produce toxins, which Representative Rung nicely reviewed. So those cyanotoxins have been documented to cause harm to aquatic life and to human health. So those are the reasons why we're concerned. It's more than just the unsightly appearance of the blooms. In 2022, Governor Sununu signed House Bill 1066 into law, which directed the Department of Environmental Services to develop a plan to prevent the increase of and eventually control cyanobacteria blooms in the state water bodies. So after Governor Sununu signed that bill, there was a commission that worked for over a year to evaluate different program elements that DES would implement in the future to mitigate the impacts of cyanobacteria. That effort is largely unfunded except for a one-time $1 million appropriation from the legislature that started off the Cyanobacteria Mitigation Fund. And we also did receive $500,000 as a one-time appropriation from the American Rescue Plan Act funding. So we were working off about a $1.5 million budget. Of that, we only have about $200,000 left. And that only funded a handful of projects around the state to mitigate blooms. We did some work on Lake Conestoga, and we have a project plan on Partridge Lake in Littleton this spring, and then Tucker Pond in Salisbury, and Province Lake in Effingham. The list is long, and I actually have a printout of a spreadsheet of a number of blooms that we have, and we have dozens of water bodies that are impacted by cyanobacteria, so the funding is limited. So establishing a license plate program would at least provide some degree of dedicated funding to this program. It may not amount to large amounts annually, but it would be some degree of funding that would keep this program going so that we can help lakes do studies or implementation work to help reduce the impacts of the blooms. So unfortunately, that funding is probably going to be used up in the next couple of months as we have additional projects coming in. Having a program like this would help protect our freshwater resources, which are used for drinking water supplies, which are used for recreation for businesses. So that would help a long way. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I do want to, as I'm part of testimony, address Representative Hill's question for the number of households that could be impacted from cyanobacteria blooms. That's a really hard number to predict. For example, a lake like Partridge Lake, which is tucked away in Littleton, probably has 40 homes on it, so 40 families there could be affected. But if you look at the example of Lake Conestoga in Moultonborough, which probably has about 80 homes on it, which is about double, that's more. But Lake Conestoga flows into Center Harbor of Lake Winnipesaukee. So you're seeing the numbers increase significantly there. And the Lake Conestoga bloom was documented to flow right into Blackie Cove of Lake Winnipesaukee. So it became a second lake problem. So it is sort of a down the chain, follow the flow situation. So it could be exponential over time.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Tuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm running a little late. If you know, what's the effect of cyanobacteria on humans, on people?
So we do have a number of documented impacts, and it depends on the cyanotoxin. Different cyanobacteria produce different toxins. Some of the toxins are neurotoxins, and some of them are liver toxins. Some of them can cause dermatitis. Some of them can cause gastroenteritis. So it could be varied. There have been documented cases in other parts of the country where a couple of boys that were swimming in a golf course pond in a cyanobacteria bloom died because of their injuries. They had liver necrosis as a result of that. So it could be from mild to severe. We haven't had any documented significant impacts in New Hampshire to human health at this point, but the possibility is always there.
Thank you so much.
Representative Hill.
Thank you for taking my question. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the continued response from the prior question. The handful of projects you mentioned that you're currently undergoing, are those studies or are those mitigation or what kind of average expense are we talking about?
Sure. So we've been trying to prioritize the use of cyanobacteria mitigation funds for implementation. So actually boots on the ground doing projects. So one of them, Lake Conestoga, was already done, and that was an in-lake treatment. It was an aluminum treatment when lakes have a lot of phosphorus or nutrients coming up from the lake bottom, not only do you have all the sources of nutrients coming in from the land surrounding the lake is feeding from within. So if we can reduce the external inputs, that aluminum treatment will lock phosphorus into the lake sediments to keep it from fueling that bloom throughout the summer. We have another one of those planned at Partridge Lake in Littleton. And then the other projects, Tucker Pond and Province Lake, were watershed projects where we had stormwater and erosion and sedimentation problems that are being implemented to mitigate those impacts. Because the money is so scarce, we're trying to very carefully prioritize those projects, and the funding that we're giving is usually already well vetted to be put to good use. So those watershed-based studies are already done and updated and ready to go.
Follow up?
Thank you. So I'm hearing from you that it's not always a man-made instance that causes these blooms. It can be a natural from the lake bed. Is that what I hear?
Unfortunately, no. All those nutrients that build up in the bottom of the lake are from typically watershed uses. Lakes are settling basins. They're the low point in the landscape, and they build up materials over time. So a lot of that did come originally from the watershed. But when you have it built up to a certain degree in a lake, and lakes lose oxygen at the bottom, there's a chemical reaction that takes place. So it antagonizes the bloom effect. So it is ultimately human driven to begin with, but it just builds up over time and exacerbates the problem. And I didn't answer another part of your question. You asked dollar values. A couple of our projects have been in the $250,000 to $500,000 range per lake. Some of them are as small as $10,000 or $15,000. So they're all over the board. It really just depends on what the situation is. It's not a one size fits all. Every water body has a pathway forward to remediation, and it's just varied depending on the project.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Chair and I like to recognize Liz Marchand. It says information only. Did you want to speak a little bit, or?
Sure.
It's from the DMV registration.
Hi. I'm Liz Mashad. I'm in charge of the Registration Bureau at the Division of Motor Vehicles. And I really just wanted to, we're neutral on this bill, but I wanted to provide you guys with how things may or may not affect our operations at the DMV by issuing a new plate type. It's very minimal. So there's a minor system change would be needed where we add a new plate type in, and then we would get a template made and send that over to the prison for production. But again, it would be very similar to the moose plates, so the financial impact would be very minimal to the DMV.
Thank you so much. Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I saw that the fee for making the plate, for the software was, you estimate about $25,000. So in the past, being on this committee for 12 years, we were always given a cost of like $240,000. What's changed since then? Is it just better software, better process in software? Could you tell
It's
me that?
been streamlined. It's a lot easier to add a new plate type now. It doesn't require quite as many hours as it did. And also, since we've been doing this and have several specialty plates already, adding a new one isn't quite as challenging.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chairman, now like to recognize Andrea Lermo, if I didn't butcher your name, from the New Hampshire Lakes, who is in support of the bill, asking for 3 minutes. Welcome to transportation.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, President and Policy Advocate of New Hampshire Lakes, and we're here to speak in strong support of this bill. New Hampshire Lakes, we're a statewide nonprofit organization. Our mission is to restore and preserve the health of our lakes. You've heard this morning that the health of our lakes is degrading, causing serious public health concerns, lowering property values, impacting tourism, potential to impact local and state economies. So, you have learned a lot about lake ecology this morning. My colleagues did a great job. And we support this bill for all of the reasons presented before you. And I just wanted to take a few minutes to address some of the questions and comments that have come up so far. So New Hampshire Lakes, I've been informally surveying lake associations for the past 3 summers. I go out every weekend to 2 or 3 lake associations during the summer, these community groups working around their lakes, and talk about, would you be interested in this type of plate? And we, have a show of hands. And we also recently did a survey, and about 500 folks responded to our survey. And I saw about 100 folks signed in online in support of this bill. And our survey was, one, do you have a moose plate? If you do have a moose plate, would you switch to a lake plate? If you don't have a, moose plate and you register in New Hampshire, would you buy a lake plate? To summarize our results, we found that about 1% of our respondents said, I have a moose plate and I would switch. Of our survey population, about 25% said they had a moose plate and they would keep the moose plate, but then they would buy a lake plate for their second car. And then about 75% of our survey folks said they don't have a moose plate, they're not interested in a moose plate, but they would definitely get a lake plate. So I do feel that this is going to be a very popular plate. We have 1,000 lakes. People will want to buy these, first of all, to celebrate the heritage, the culture, our lake culture and our heritage here. People are proud of that. It can also serve as awareness that our lakes are fragile and need to be protected, and we can do a whole outreach campaign about that. And most importantly, it would bring in funds to help the Cyanobacteria Mitigation Loan and Grant Fund, providing loans and grants to community groups to do the work to improve these lakes for the benefit of all. There is not enough money currently. This is not going to solve that deficit, but it's going to help, and we've got to start somewhere. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I have testimony that I passed around. I also passed testimony around for the Lakes Management Advisory Committee, who is also supporting this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you. This is a subject that's near and dear to my heart, I think. I haven't heard landscaping mentioned in this entire talk.
Okay.
And I haven't heard whether that is instrumental or part of the problem with any of the landscaping that goes on around the lakes. Is that something that your organization is concerned about, or spreading any information when you meet with the groups about?
Absolutely, that's a great question. Yes, how we care for the landscape around the lake can protect the lake or potentially harm it. So, we may do things that cause polluted runoff water to come into the lake, bringing in fertilizer or something like that. So yes, we run a statewide program called the Lake Smart program. It's a lake-friendly living program. And over the past 4 or 5 years, we've worked with over 1,000 folks throughout the state, helping them adopt lake-friendly ways of managing their property around the lake. So absolutely, that is a concern, how people care for their properties, and we're here to help people adopt ways to landscape their property in a lake-friendly way. You're welcome.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is all the pink cards I have. So at this point, I'd like to end the testimony on HB 105. Our next bill up will be HB 140. Just give us a couple minutes to set up. All right. Going to open up the hearing on HB 140, establishing a voluntary blue envelope program for drivers with autism spectrum disorders. And the chair would like to recognize Representative Newell. Representative, welcome to Transportation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee for your time and consideration today. I'm Jody Newell, and I represent Cheshire 4 and Keene. So this bill aims to formalize a system which would aid in communication between members of law enforcement and drivers with autism spectrum disorders. Fortunately for us, we already have clear guidance on who may qualify, and even a comparable program to aid in communication for folks who are deaf or hard of hearing. Granted, that program is customized to fit the needs of that community. The Blue Envelope program has been successfully implemented elsewhere, including many of our neighbor states, with essentially the same structure, making it an increasingly recognizable and therefore commonly understood practice. It is a voluntary program, and the amount of information provided is up to the participant. The design elements, it being in an envelope, easy to access, connectable to the visor, make it for easy and visible access. By all accounts, this is a low lift for the state that can make a world of difference for folks in our community who may struggle with communication in potentially stressful moments. As I understand it, there have been conversations around adopting the Blue Envelope program for some time. My goal in introducing this legislation is simply to underscore our support of immediate action to that effect and to demonstrate our resolve to as a body to support those community members who will benefit from the program's implementation. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from committee? Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned several other states surrounding that use this program. Could you tell us what states those are, please?
Yeah, I know that Massachusetts and Connecticut have. Connecticut, I think, is the most recent one as of last year. And I believe Maine has as well. I think Vermont. Sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, Vermont, yes, Connecticut and Massachusetts, and I'm pretty sure about Maine, although I'm not 100% sure it's been implemented yet.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware that just last week, I think it is when we did our orientation meeting, the director of DMV mentioned to us that they would be doing this program internally without the legislation?
Sure. Yes, I not particularly that that it was brought up in your orientation, but I do know that it's been a conversation for some time. I think what I tried to really get at here is us as a body passing legislation to that effect. I don't think that either one cancels out each other. I think that both of these things work in tandem, and if they get to it before our legislation gets through, that's great. Either way, I think it's wonderful, but I don't think that that takes away from us passing this legislation.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Vayu.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Would this just be limited to people with autism spectrum disorder, or could it be applied to broader disorders that might actually have conflicts with police on stops like this?
This particular program is for folks with autism spectrum disorders. That doesn't rule out doing something in the future that might be able to cater to more people. But this particular program is specifically for that purpose.
My question is kind of follow up to Representative Vayu's. The autism spectrum disorders, can you give us kind of a list of some of those disorders?
Well, I think actually I could refer that to some of the folks who are giving testimony today to give a little more understanding. I wouldn't want to say anything out of turn, but I know that there are folks here who can speak to that better than I can.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair would like to recognize Representative Salig, who is in support of the bill, asking for about 2 minutes. Representative, welcome to
Thank
Transportation.
you so much. For the record, my name is Representative Lauren Selig, and I represent the town of Durham in Stratford County, and I am in favor of this bill. over the past several days, I've been rereading the bill to make sure that I understood many of the nuances, because obviously with all of our legislation, there can be very specific challenges. I then took the liberty of speaking to a person who oversees police departments to get a sense of what concerns might be raised as a result of the bill. And the person I spoke to was initially very skeptical of the idea of a blue envelope program, imagining police officers on the side of the road trying to open an envelope and see all kinds of things, or people fumbling in a glove compartment, which could make a police officer feel at risk. But upon rereading the bill and clarifying the fact that the envelopes would be on their the visor, the sun visor, and that the information would be on the outside and an easily located thing, those are things that indicate ways to support communication with police and support the process, which could actually make police officers safer in traffic stops. Extrapolating from that, I also think about the situation where we all know that if we are in a car accident, whether it's a fender bender or a more serious incident, our adrenaline goes up, our whole body system has a reaction to that. If we're a person on the autism spectrum disorder, we may not know how to manage all of those feelings. And if someone who is another type of first responder, whether a firefighter or an ambulance comes, and they've looked on the visor and see, oh, this person has autism spectrum disorder, and it says that, these 3 words can help calm them down, it can make that situation much less dangerous and much safer for everybody involved. It's also the responsibility of the vehicle operator to provide the information. It's not on the police department, and there's no liability to the police if they haven't seen it. It's not adding a burden. It's ultimately working in a way to assist police and support them in supporting people in this situation. So for all of these reasons, and because I know a lot of people who are on the spectrum, I really support this legislation.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Chair would now like to recognize Representative Wheeler, who is in support of the bill, asking for 1 minute. Quite succinct there, Representative. Welcome to Transportation.
Thank you, Chairman Gorski, members of the Transportation Committee. Always good to see some friendly faces here, and congratulations on your appointment as chair. I know you'll do a good job here with your leadership training.
Just for the day, Representative Walsh.
Oh, I
is
didn't
out
know
sick,
that. I didn't.
But I like your thinking.
So I'm just here really quickly to affirm my support. As I said, I only need a minute because there are people here who can speak more aptly to what this legislation does and why it's important to have the legislation. But I think I affirm the support of Liz Sargent here at the Association of Chiefs of Police, who signed in support of this, and the common sense approach to just making sure that the police are safer and that communication between those who can't communicate as easily but can still drive, and between them and the police is as easy can be to avoid any potential problems, because the police don't want issues, and they're very supportive of this kind of program to make sure that they have that level of communication before the stop for their own safety, but for the safety of the people in the car as well. And I think for the people in the car, it's common sense, safe approach for what we can do here today. Happy to take any questions, but I do also have to get to committee. So,
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, Representative. Chair would now like to recognize Representative Howard, who is in support of the bill, asking for 2 minutes. Welcome to Transportation, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and honorable committee members. I probably shouldn't even need 2 minutes, but my name is Representative Heath Howard. I serve the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. And I think that we should be establishing a voluntary blue envelope program because it is common sense that we should help improve communication between law enforcement in any way we can. While the DMV is in the process of creating this program, it has taken over 2 years without an end date in sight. This would create a timeline for the program to be implemented by the start of next year and should be more than enough time for the DMV to comply. I think that we can all agree that 3 years should be enough time to implement a program like this, and I hope that you agree. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Jackson.
Yes, I see that you're a co-sponsor on this. I'm wondering if the sponsors would entertain an amendment to include PTS.
PTSD. Yeah,
Post-traumatic
I would
stress,
be
yes.
I'd be open to that.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair now like to recognize Jennifer Smith, who's representing herself, who's asking for 2 minutes, who is opposing the bill. Well, never mind. It was just my apologies, wrong one. All right. Chair now like to recognize Luis Esposito, who has some written testimony. Not sure if you're support or against the bill. Asking for 2 to 3 minutes. Welcome, Mr. Esposito, to Transportation.
Honorable Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all here today. For the record, my name is Luis Esposito, and I am the Executive Director of ABLE New Hampshire, and I'm also a former special education teacher. ABLE New Hampshire is a disability justice organization and a nonpartisan nonprofit entity that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disability. I'm here today to provide testimony to discuss the benefits of the Blue Envelope program. This program is an essential step toward improving safety, reducing misunderstanding, and promoting inclusion for individuals with disabilities within their communities. Bless you. Interactions between law enforcement and individuals with autism disorders, spectrum disorders, can often be challenging due to differences in communication styles, sensory sensitivities, and behavioral responses. Research indicates that people with autism spectrum disorders are at a heightened risk of negative outcomes during police interactions due to misunderstandings of their behaviors. For example, communication barriers. Many individuals with ASD struggle with verbal communication, which can lead to delayed or atypical responses during high-stress situations, such as traffic stops. Officers may misinterpret these behaviors as noncompliance or defiance, increasing the likelihood of escalation. Behavioral misinterpretation. Common autistic behaviors such as stimming or avoiding eye contact are often misunderstood by law enforcement as signs of nervousness or aggression. One study found that 60% of caregivers of individuals with autism feared police contact due to concerns about misinterpretations. Barriers to inclusion. These interactions can reinforce systematic barriers, preventing individuals with ASD from feeling safe and included in their communities. Negative experiences with law enforcement can discourage individuals from driving or engaging in community activities that foster independence and social connections. The Blue Envelope program addresses these challenges by providing a structured, straightforward way to communicate essential information. Research highlights the importance of tools and training to improve interactions between law enforcement and individuals with disability. There's a precedent for success. Similar programs implemented in other states have shown promise in reducing misunderstandings during traffic stops. It's also an inclusion-focused outcome. Tools like the Blue Envelope program empower individuals with disabilities to participate more fully in their community by removing one of the key barriers to independent mobility and community engagement. The Blue Envelope program offers several key benefits. Safety for drivers and officers. By providing law enforcement with information on the driver's communication needs, the program reduces the likelihood of escalation and fosters a safer environment for all parties involved. Empowerment and inclusion. Individuals with ASD and their families gain confidence knowing they have a tool to facilitate smoother interactions with law enforcement. It has a proven effectiveness. Studies suggest that drivers with ASD experience a statistically significant reduction in anxiety and improved preparedness following exposure to tools like the Blue Envelope program. And cost effective, with an estimated fiscal impact of less than $10,000 annually, the program benefits far outweigh its modest cost. A Blue Envelope program underscores the importance of removing barriers and fostering equity. Disability is not merely a medical issue, but a social one, shaped by the environment and policies that either enable or inhibit inclusion. The Blue Envelope program represents a proactive solution to a significant issue. By fostering better communication, understanding, and inclusion, we can protect individuals with autism while ensuring law enforcement officers have the tools they need to perform their duties effectively. Thank you. I can answer any questions that you all might have.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Ayu?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Yeah. Can you describe some of the situations that have happened in the past that give rise to the need for this?
Anecdotally, when I was a special education teacher prior to this, there were a lot of a lot of stress and anxiety for students that were going through the driver's ed program, and not just from the students, but from their families, by, like poor eye contact or just nervousness in situations that you might not have an everyday experience with. A lot of people with autism need a lot of repetition and understanding, and this is not something you get a lot of practice with. I don't have a lot of testimony from people that have gone through this, but I do know, I've heard anecdotally from people that do get nervous during police interactions with it.
Actually, I actually have a question that I asked earlier.
Mhm.
Is there a list of the spectrum disorders that this falls under?
It's just autism.
Just autism.
Yeah, autism spectrum disorders is a wide range. There's level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1 previously, in previous DSMs, was more commonly called Asperger's, but they have recently, well, about a decade or so ago, removed that. So now it's just autism spectrum disorders, but everyone experiences autism differently. So it's really hard to have a universal, perception on what autism actually is from person to person.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, Asperger's does not fall under.
Asperger's is no longer a common definition of autism. Asperger's has been, so the Diagnostic Statistics Manual 4 had Asperger's in it as a diagnosis criteria for autism. However, the DSM-5 no longer categorizes Asperger's. They don't diagnose it anymore. Now it is more commonly called autism level 1, but it's a very diverse group.
Follow up.
So it would fall under the category, the
If
blue
some-
envelope.
Yeah, if
category.
somebody had a previous diagnosis of autism, I would assume that they would fall under that category.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Chair would now like to recognize Director Marasco from the DMV, who says this is informational. Director, welcome to transportation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you. My name is John Marasco, Director of the DMV. I just wanted to say, and I'll be brief, I did have a conversation with Representative Hill within the last few months, and he brought to my attention for the first time the Blue Envelope program. It sounds like a wonderful program, sounds like something that would really help people. It's opt-in, and so I heard the testimony about several years in the process. I just want to, on the record, say that this is the first time when the representative brought it to me that during my tenure at the DMV, I've had the opportunity to look at it. We have been making strides to move forward with this, to include, as I testified to during our orientation, had the opportunity to speak with Director John Skippa at the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Academy. He thinks it's a wonderful idea. There would be a law enforcement training component. He's happy to work with us to get there when we get to that point. I've also spoken with Office of Highway Safety Program Manager John Clegg about the cost that would be associated with production of the blue envelopes, and John was going to look into that. And as I testified to, I don't think the cost is going to be overwhelming. So even if we can't receive some federal money to support it for the voluntary program, I'm sure that we could print some of these out through our budget. So I also would be interested, if the bill passes, to work with the sponsor and others who have testified here this morning to roll it out. And also to make sure that we have the proper information on the exterior of the envelope itself. I know other states are using it, but I just want to make sure medically we're providing the exact information that we should be, that's going to help law enforcement and others when they receive the envelope. So I think we need to formalize the process, whether the bill passes or not. We're still, to the representative's point, we're going to keep working towards it, and we're going to make it a priority. So just wanted to put that on the record, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director. So is this a voluntary thing, or is it something that would need proper documentation from a physician or something like that to get into this program?
Yeah, that's one area I would like to look at, how one would get the envelope. But I think we would have to have a conversation on that to see how that would work. I mean, hopefully people that would be taking the envelope would actually need it and would be using it for the purposes that it should be used for. But I want to have a larger conversation on that part of it. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Vader.
Thank you for taking my question. What concerns do you have about privacy and training and maybe the administrative aspects of this program?
Excellent question, Representative. I haven't thoroughly looked at it from that perspective. I guess based on my understanding of the program, and we had our administrator three, Ashley Gray, prepare a beautiful memo on an overview of the program. My understanding, based on what I read there, is that there's some bullets on the outside of the envelope that just give some basic information that you could be dealing with somebody that is has autism, and these are some best practices that you can quickly implement to improve the communication. My understanding is that the information that would be, whether it's a driver's license, registration, any other documentation, would be inside the envelope. So I don't see it being disclosed or available that way. So I don't know that there's any personal information on the exterior of the envelope, but I'd have to look into that. I will follow up. That's a good question.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, that memo that you referred to earlier, is that something that you can make available to the committee so we can follow the discussion?
Absolutely. Yep. It's an overview of the program and as well as what it would take to get it off the ground. Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I have nobody else listed for testimony. So at this point, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 140. Our next one coming up is HB 182. Just need a few minutes to set up.
I know it's dropped. Still having agreements with HWA.
All right, being 11:02, we'd like to start the public hearing on HB 182, prohibiting electric vehicles in commercial parking garages. Chair would like to recognize Representative Steve Pearson, who will be introducing the bill. Welcome, Representative, to Transportation.
Are we good? There we are. There we are. All right. Good morning, colleagues. The reason I'm sitting before you introducing this bill real quick is because Representative Prue is having a transportation problem broken down on the side of the highway right now. So for the record, I'm Representative Steve Pearson, Rockingham District 13. I'm in my fourth term representing Derry. And I'm doing Representative Prue a solid here. So what you have before you should be familiar. This is virtually the identical language to the bill that was introduced 2 years ago. Fortunately, I can speak to the technical aspect of this. I've been in the fire service for 27 years. I have an engineering degree in the practice from Oklahoma State University, as well as a master's degree in emergency management. So I can speak to a little bit of from a solely engineering standpoint, why this matters. Electric vehicles, due to the nature in which they are constructed, do a couple of things. And two of the big things, and the reason why this bill needs to exist, is because a burning electric vehicle produces a tremendous amount of toxic smoke. This is not toxic smoke that you will cough out. This is not toxic smoke that you will take in a large quantity of. It's actually quite small. It's so small that similar type batteries in scooters can kill you if you live in an apartment. So that's the first aspect of this. The second one is the necessary resources that have to respond to put one of these out that's on fire. A normal car fire, I've done hundreds of them in my career, will require a tank load of water at best. These vehicles, to equate it, will require 44 engine companies worth of water to put out. 44. So, if you do not have a robust municipal water system, if you do not have a plan in place to extinguish these, you are engaged in a substantial firefight. The sprinkler systems that exist in some parking garages that are up right now were never designed for this type of fire load. Now, this leaves you with a couple of options. One, you can engage in a substantial firefight. It's very risky, it's very drawn out, it's extraordinarily labor intensive. The other option you have is you can hook a vehicle to the electric vehicle that's on fire and try to drag it out. Now, that option, which has been used to my knowledge once that I can confirm, requires a firefighter to crawl under the car to hook it while it's on fire, which I don't necessarily recommend. The other thing is to drag a burning electric vehicle out of a parking garage requires a truck that will fit in the parking garage in order to remove it. So generally speaking, that is considered not really an option. There are some technological advancements, if you will. There is a company that sells a cover that you will throw over the electric car with the idea of putting it out. Those don't really work. They do not do anything to change the chemical process of the battery burning, and they certainly do not provide any cooling mechanism to the vehicle. Okay, so ultimately, why do we care? Well, the heat generated from a burning electric vehicle will compromise concrete. So we're looking at situations where we could potentially, aside the fact that the vehicles next to the electric vehicle will catch fire from this, we're looking at structural concerns of the parking garage. That is the importance of this issue. So important, in fact, that New York City has already dealt with it. You can't do it in New York City. So they've recognized already the problem with the electrical vehicles burning. Now keep in mind, let's say that we do get the electric vehicle out of the parking garage successfully. Salvage yards want nothing to do with them. The tow truck guys don't like them if they're burning. And we have salvage yards now that have created, in essence, swimming pools. So when these electric vehicles show up, they park them for a month. They have to sit for a month in a swimming pool, in essence, in order to ensure that the fire's out. It takes a month. So looking at the overall situation, what is risk? Risk is probability times severity. And I've heard arguments, well, you know, there's been few fires, limited fires. Sure. But the severity of a fire of an electrical vehicle in a parking garage is substantial. I think this issue needs to be addressed. It's been assigned some sort of a little bit of a partisan context to it. It's not. This is just science. This is just dealing with the realities of an electric vehicle. So I support this idea. I certainly ask for your consideration on it, and I'm welcome to questions if you have any.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding is the reason it takes so much water is because you're really not putting out the fire. You're literally having to wait for the battery to burn out its energy.
There are two concerns with that. One is access, right? Because the majority of electric vehicles, if I could flip one over,
yeah,
that'd be great, right? But I can't really do that.
Yeah.
And I certainly can't do that in the confines of a parking garage. So there, you are trying to interfere with a chemical chain reaction and you're trying to do it with something that really isn't designed to do that. So the idea, the quantity of water is necessary to cool things down, to hope that the chain reaction slows in order for us to get the vehicle out, right? That's the only method we have. So, and that's why they have to dip them. That's why the wrecking yards have to isolate them and dip them in a pool for a month.
Yeah.
Because that's really the only option they have.
So like literally, I mean, and that's the point is
Follow
like
up?
literally. Oh, sorry, follow up. you're
Follow up?
you're literally having to just let them burn themselves out. You really, it's very almost impossible to interrupt that chemical reaction.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you are correct.
Representative Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So am I correct in interpreting this as all parking garages in the state of New Hampshire, not municipal or state-owned, but all parking garages in the state of New Hampshire?
I don't have a copy of it in front of me, so I'll have to remember. But the language is in front of you.
Follow up?
We have several major employers in the state of New Hampshire who've invested in charging stations in their employees' parking garages and encourage their employees to charge there. Is there anything that we are going to do to lessen the impact on the companies that have paid for this service for their employees on their private property and their private garages?
Sure. Those private companies on private property carry insurance, I bet. And when the risk managers and the inspectors, which an industry that I was in prior to being in the fire service in New Hampshire, come and inspect those facilities, the dollar will tell them what to do with that if this legislature does not. Because the risk associated with the fire and the loss associated with that garage and other things, the insurance companies have a vested interest in having an opinion on.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. My understanding from the previous time this bill came before us, we had a discussion as well with Representative Prue about the toxicity of the water that is used within the garage and how that can find its way to water sources, drinking water sources nearby. That was one issue that was brought up, and I wonder if you could speak on that. The other issue that was brought up a couple of times here was the weight, and I'm wondering if there's been any changes in building codes for new construction and how those judge to prior building codes. Do you know?
Okay, so as far as your three-part question, the first part with the toxicity, all burning vehicles that we put out, unfortunately, the water runoff does contain all kinds of stuff. In an electric vehicle situation, the car itself is really generally no different than any other car. It's just the fuel cell, and it would depend if the fuel cell ruptured or not, ultimately, as far as that element of it entertaining wherever the water goes. We are not going to focus on water runoff in these situations. We don't have the manpower. We're struggling to find water, and we're trying to figure out how to keep our people safe. The runoff of that is the least of our worries, but after the fact, it will have to be dealt with, no doubt. But it's going to depend if the fuel cell ruptures or not as to the severity of that. You mentioned weight. I'll give you an example of weight. An electric Hummer, the battery pack alone weighs more than a Honda Civic. Just the batteries. That doesn't include the whole vehicle. So there is no doubt that the weight issue has not been factored into the construction of existing garages. Now, as far as code changes go, I'm not sure. I sit on ED&A. We're looking at the next update of codes that are going to be brought in, and I'm not sure what has changed as far as the structural requirements within a parking garage, if it's been addressed or not. But it will certainly need to be if it hasn't.
Good follow-up.
Follow-up?
Should have asked this in my list of questions, but aside from parking garages, as with your professional experience, would there be a need, as we do, I believe, with things like gas stations and fireworks stores, not putting them next to schools or assisted living facilities or any of that? Would there be any need for any of that?
Not really. As far if they're outside, no. It's just another hazard. It's just another thing that we deal with in the fire service. If I have a burning electric vehicle that's outdoors, I have a couple of better options. I'm not in a confined space. It's a lot easier to operate. Again, they're ultimately, if you do have to drag it away, it is extraordinarily risky to put somebody at the vehicle to hook a chain to it. But I have a sticker inside my helmet that says firefighting is an ultra hazardous profession. We're not disillusioned to that, so I don't see that as something that's over the top when it comes to just proximity of things. This is really about confining an electric vehicle in a structure that is not designed to handle what is about to come from it. That's really what it's about. So, as far as the proximities to schools, and that's not really necessary.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charging increases the risk of a fire, correct? Active charging?
Sure. I mean, you have, that holds true with this. That holds true with my Milwaukee battery pack for my tools. Yeah. Anytime that a lithium ion battery is charged, there is potential. So, this is not a matter of, okay, well, if we don't charge in parking garages, I think we'll be fine. That's not really the issue here, because these vehicles have burned and caught fire when they were not in the mode of charging.
Thank you.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, take my question. So as far as am I correct in understanding that, as far as you know, the National Fire Protection Association has not adopted any changes relative to electric vehicles in parking garages?
Well, it's funny you mentioned the NFPA. I worked as a technical advisor for that organization and spent 15 years as a certified fire protection specialist from the NFPA.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm asking the question.
It has been a long time since I worked for them. I know that electric vehicles have been addressed by the NFPA as a special hazard class. That's something that is ongoing with that process within the fire codes. As to exactly what the NFPA has done within the code, I'm not entirely sure, but I do know this: the state of New Hampshire has not adopted that NFPA standard, so it therefore has no effect and no rule of law here.
Representative Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question.
Sure.
As far as these fires with these electric vehicles, do they have any causation that we know of? What causes them to catch on fire? Like with a regular gas-powered vehicle, a lot of times it could be like an oil leak or whatnot. So with the EVs, how does that?
Sure. I mean, electric vehicles are generally speaking, it's the chain reaction within the battery that goes amok, right? That's the oversimplification of the answer to that, right? So as far as like the way the investigators work EVs, it's tough because you have to look at the EV after it's out. So it's going to sit in a pool for a month, right? And then what are we looking at here? So generally, they're not dissecting electric vehicles. My fire investigators don't do that in the city. That's the cause. We know what the cause is. It's the electric vehicle caught fire. Now, are there specialists that exist that look at those? There probably are. I don't know of it. I don't know any personally, but I would think the manufacturers would have a vested interest. Underwriters Laboratory, Tesla, those folks would have a vested interest in looking at causation. But as far as at a municipal level, that's not something we really have in New Hampshire.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative.
Sure.
Are you? I guess I'm struggling with the numbers of actual electric vehicle fires in parking garages that we have as raw numbers. I mean, is it not fair to say that we try to look at risk as the likelihood that something happens and the frequency that it does happen will change the way we look at the risk. Isn't that how both the NFPA and insurance companies and actually firefighters making decisions on the fire ground? Is
Sure.
that not the basis under which they make decisions?
Yeah, like I said, probability times severity, right? So yes, we don't have electric vehicles burning up in New Hampshire every day. That's just not happening. But the problem is we also don't have nuclear power plants melting down in New Hampshire every day either. But we have a substantial amount of safety that goes into Seabrook, right? Because the probability is extraordinarily low, but the severity is fairly substantial. And that's the same situation with these in a parking garage. We could go 10 years without one, but the first time we have one and it's on the first floor and we drop a parking garage, then we're looking at some serious issues. We're looking at some serious concerns again for the health, the welfare and the safety of our firefighters. So that's just the element of looking at risk.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you,
Mr.
Representative. Chair now recognizes Jennifer Smith, who's representing herself, who opposes the bill, who is asking for 2 minutes. Welcome to Transportation. I got it right this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I think this topic will require a lot of exploration, and I want to first just say I've been driving EV for over 10 years, and because the early batteries were pretty small, it was impossible to get to things in Hanover and Portsmouth, both places I wanted to go. In fact, I was studying public health at Dartmouth at the time that I first bought an electric vehicle. And the presence of chargers in parking garages is kind of essential then. And if you're going further and want to be there for a while, it's rather important too. Outdoor chargers are fine. That's okay. But there are chargers in first floor in Portsmouth. There are chargers in first floor in Hanover. Now those are cities. They're municipal. There is at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center a series of chargers that are on an upper floor. I don't know whether that's considered really safer. It would take a whole lot longer for fire equipment to reach it. And quick research, I don't find much about parking garage fires. And I don't think the charging is much of an issue. I think the people who do the charging, and I've charged in many places across the Northeast, are pretty careful, as are the manufacturers, to be better about the safety of all of that. And the only thing I've seen is actually from Seoul, Korea. There was a vehicle in a parking garage not charging that caught fire and caused extensive damage. So there are a lot of EVs in the world. Norway is on track for 80% new car sales being electric because they have such good electric sources, and it's so much more environmentally and economically responsible for them. And probably within a couple of years, 100% of their new vehicles will be electric. Not heard much in the way of issues. I think, yes, there have been issues. So that's, I think, speaks to frequency. I hope you will look at this carefully. And yeah, there are some solutions, I think, but I have been following this issue of electric vehicle fires since it was raised to me a few years ago in a town meeting, considering whether we might get electric vehicles for certain town uses. We actually have a electric trash truck going in. Clearly that will be outdoors, but that is a huge battery. And I would point out that a Hummer would also have a huge amount of gasoline, or diesel. I don't know if they do diesel Hummers. That could compromise a parking garage too. I think these things are becoming less frequent as safety measures have been put in. I have not yet heard of a burning electric vehicle in New Hampshire, but we don't have as many. But there are many places that do have lots of electric vehicles. And by the way, I have charged inside parking structures in New York City. It is now actually a law in New York to mandate that parking structures put in EV charging. Level 2 charging occurs pretty slowly, but that's the ideal place is when you're parking. Level 3 charging when you're traveling across the country might be more risky, but I have not heard of fires at a level 3 any place I've been. And probably there have been somewhere. The 2 fires in New York City from charging electric bikes were devastating, but they were due to improper equipment not matched to the batteries. And they were not the toxic smoke, which is real, but it was actually the buildings catching on fire from people doing that. So I think, you need to study this a lot more carefully before doing that and speak to those who have chargers, Dartmouth Hitchcock in Lebanon, the Hanover garage, which, they charge. So is that commercial? I don't know. It's municipal, but it is commercial in the sense that they charge. And Portsmouth, which has 2 garages with electric chargers within them. So I think you need to think carefully about that. And I would hope you don't pass this bill.
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Chair, now I'd like to recognize Chris Skedlund from Clean Energy New Hampshire, who is asking for 3 minutes, who is opposing the bill. Welcome to transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Chris Skoglund. I'm the Director of Energy Transition with Clean Energy New Hampshire. We're often thought of as a tree group, but we represent a membership that includes up to 40 municipalities representing about 1/3 of the state's population, all 3 of the state's electrical utilities and natural gas utilities, as well as many businesses, residents, and other nonprofit organizations that are partnering with us to ensure that as technology advances, we're adopting the most advantageous policies for our economy. We do oppose this bill in part because the evidence does not suggest that EVs pose as high a risk. It's a low probability. There may be risks that are associated with it, but more recent studies suggest that internal combustion engines, otherwise referred to as ICE vehicles, burn between 25 and 29 times more frequently. So it's a larger part of the fires that we see. This is repeated in the US, but then in countries where we have adoption of EVs up to 90%, such as Norway, they are likewise seeing very low fires. We're concerned that this issue is we're picking a solution without quite studying it yet. And I believe it was Senate Bill 431 last session created the Lithium Battery Fire Council, which enshrined a group that had been convened by the Fire Marshal Sean Toomey and several state agencies and fire departments are representing on that. Clean Energy New Hampshire is not a named member, but we do attend those meetings, and they are getting regular updates from the national level agencies that have more resources and are studying this issue. What was generally observed is that they were saying the data is inconclusive and it needs more study. And so at this point, it feels premature. We are supportive of fire safety and do appreciate Representative Prue and Pearson's contributions and dedication through their time in the fire service. But we want to make sure we're not putting a mandate on municipalities where they are enforcing something that maybe the data does not yet support. And so rather than put this in place, we would recommend that it be sent to the fire Lithium Battery Fire Council for them to investigate, similar to how we send things to the Building Code Review Board and the Board of Fire Safety to make recommendations to the Building Code and the Fire Code before it comes back to the House and Senate ED&A committees. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair would now like to recognize Zeke. Is it Schmois? Got it. Representing himself, who's opposing the bill, who's asking for 2 to 3 minutes. Welcome to transportation, sir.
Hi, thank you. This is the first time I ever do this. Is very exciting. My name is Zeke Schmois. I'm a resident of Kensington, very small town. I will say I have no background that would be able to help me in this case in terms of safety and like everything we hear from fire departments about the safety of EVs. But I do have engineering background, which I've used extensively when I talk about these issues with the community, not just fires, but people concerned about all sorts of things with EVs. Spontaneously catching fire is one that is very interesting because, of course, it's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about when an EV is damaged that will cause a fire like this. The incidence of EVs being so low, EV fires being so low compared to ICE, as reported by there's lots of research that has been done on this, but of course, like we heard, it's very difficult sometimes to determine if the fire was caused by something wrong with the EV. The point is that there was an EV fire. It does all point to there being significantly less fire risk of an EV. I have been in talks with our fire department because I am trying to understand from their point of view, what is the risk, what is the concern. And a lot of times we talk about outdoors. Kensington's very small. We definitely don't have any garages. But the concern seems to be what we heard initially, which was that putting out an EV fire can take a lot of water. And when we're talking about a garage, that is something that I would hope is taken into consideration when we're talking about safety. What I'm confused about after hearing everything with comments about weight, for example. Comparably speaking, same size cars are not that much different. I just was hoping that you all would know. For example, Tesla Model 3 weighs roughly as much as a BMW 300 series, 3,800 pounds, 4,000 pounds. Similar with other cars, but my point isn't that. It's that wouldn't the garage need a way to be able to figure out if the cars they're allowing in are going to be structurally damaging the structure, right? Like there are height limitations. That's a great way of doing it, right? A very large diesel truck will probably weigh more than a Tesla Model 3. As a matter of fact, I know that they do. A Hummer will probably not fit into the Portsmouth garage, ICE or EV, right? So weight, I'm not seeing the concern there. I would hope that the engineers behind the garage would have a say in it, not the law, right? Like laws are supposed to be preventing things that are unpreventable, I would say. And so from that point of view, I really don't understand why that argument is brought up so often, but I can understand it, right? It is a concern. If the weight is a problem, we should address it. I just don't think that the data is there to back up that claim. EV fires, again, we've already heard the likelihood of an EV fire is much lower. So risk and related to how we do risk assessment, I'm not qualified to do that, right? But I would believe that given how few EVs there are in New Hampshire, and even then the rate being 30, 40, 50 times less likely that an EV catches fire, that we would take that into consideration. And as a matter of fact, I did do a little more research into that in terms of insurance. Insurance is a great way to know if these claims are true or not, right? That's the market speaking. Like, yes, we believe that EVs are a worse, they're worse for us and as an insurance company. And I called them because I do regret to say, maybe not regret, I have a little bit of shame sometimes when I speak publicly. I have a Cybertruck, a Tesla Cybertruck, which is very controversial. Everybody knows that. Getting insurance on it, everyone was very concerned that it was going to be a problem. Turns out to be much cheaper than my other cars, which is surprising. But I did call the insurance company because I wanted to know why, right? Why is it cheaper? And aren't you guys concerned with the fires? And why is my other car so much more expensive? And they said that they're, first of all, the data isn't there yet, so they are catching up. So if in the future this does come up, where it turns out that fires, EV fires are a big concern, I'm sure that there are going to be insurance companies speaking about this. But so far, they don't think that's a reason at all. It's actually related to the complexity of the cars themselves, right? If you bump into a mailbox and it costs $10,000 to fix because of all the technology in there, that's the insurance going up. And as it turns out, a lot of the new cars, regardless of what engine they're running, have this problem. So that's why insurance prices have been going up from the research I've done. Again, I have no actual technical background in this. And so I would definitely be against the bill. Of course, I drive only electric cars. A lot of my friends drive electric cars. Not being able to park in the garage would suck. I mean, it's not terrible, right? There's parking everywhere, thankfully. Other than Concord, it was impossible to find parking here. But where I am, it's not that big of a concern. And of course, if it makes it safer for everybody, totally makes sense. But I do follow the Rockingham emergency services, and there are fires all the time, car fires. And I will say, to date, there's been one, and it was actually caused by an ice car next to it that caught fire, and then the older Tesla caught fire due to that. Yeah, that's sort of what I would like to say. And of course, please oppose the bill. I don't see how it would be helpful at this point.
Thank you. Any comments or any questions from the committee? Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. At one point, when we had testimony prior on a prior bill, same topic, it was pointed out, or it was mentioned, that the owner's manuals of the EVs indicated that they would prefer fast charging only be done in emergencies. Are you aware of such
No.
a comment inside your safety manual?
No.
Okay.
That is not something that I've seen recommended. I've actually read a lot of the manuals because sometimes there are concerns that people get confused about. Well, if it says it in the manual, why aren't people following it? A great example is car washes. You might have heard that people say that you shouldn't run an EV through a car wash because it will destroy it. That's a very popular one. And it turns out the manual does say to be careful with automatic car washes. But it turns out that it's for reasons that people don't totally understand, because most cars have car wash mode, which will disable that. In terms, it'll disable the features that would cause issues, like the gas or the EV charging port opening up mid washing, which would then get water into the charge port, which could damage the electronics. Not a safety concern because everything is grounded properly usually. But again, in terms of the manual talking about charging, not at all. Technically speaking, right, if we did actually get into the specifics, I usually don't because people don't like to hear math and science, but DC charging, fast charging, level 3, we're talking 800 amps, usually 400 volts, right? So this is anywhere up to 250 kilowatts. This is a large 3-phase direct current transformer that is installed usually to power these. It's not new equipment, right? This has been around for 50, 60, 80 years. All the rage about safety with EVs is not really grounded usually on the data. It seems to be more on user error or sometimes really bad hardware, right? Like you do get bad hardware all across the industry on every type of electrical equipment. But the safety features have gone a long way these past few years, right? A charger will not let you, the Tesla charger that I have, for example, it will not let you charge if it's not properly grounded. It can detect that, right? I can't say the same for, every piece of charging equipment that every EV has, but I would be very surprised if it was actually a widespread concern. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Chair now like to recognize Jessica Wilcox for the New Hampshire DES, who is asking for 3 to 5 minutes. Don't know if you support or oppose the bill. Welcome to transportation.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. Jessica Wilcox with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And for DES, I oversee a bureau that is focused on transportation programs and projects, a lot of which funding goes to our municipalities and such. So we've been putting a lot of money out there.
DES takes no specific position on this bill, but wants to offer some information and resources for consideration. So Chris Skoglund mentioned in the 2024 legislative session, Senate Bill 430 was passed, which established an electric vehicle and lithium-ion battery study council that is chaired by the State Fire Marshal Sean Toomey. DES has a position on that council as well. And that council is tasked with studying, among other issues, the impacts to the built environment, and will ultimately be making recommendations using evidence-based data. So the interim report was submitted on November 1st of 2024, and there is a final report that is due this November. So based on DES's analysis of some 2024 New Hampshire Department of Motor vehicle registration data, of the nearly 1.7 million vehicles that are currently registered in New Hampshire, approximately 14,700 of those are electric vehicles. EV fire occurrence in New Hampshire is low, and per data from the Senate Bill 430 interim report, the insurance department actually requested data from their industry in mid-July of last year, and a survey of the largest 10 underwriters of private passenger auto insurance in New Hampshire for the period of January 20th through June 2024 showed the total number of fire claims related to battery electric vehicles was 3. The total number of fire claims related to battery hybrid vehicles was 1. So that's a period of January 2020 through June of 2024. The State Fire Marshal's Office also performed some data drilling into narratives of reports that were submitted to the National Fire Incident Reporting System. Over the past 2 years, the State Fire Marshal's Office is aware of 5 vehicle fires, 3 of which were the result of accidents. And this is compared to approximately 400 vehicle fires reported in New Hampshire each year. So this council is researching and documenting data that pertains to the impacts of EVs on the safety and structural soundness of a parking garage. As per the interim report, the International Code Council, UL Fire Safety Research Institute, Factory Mutual, and the NFPA Fire Protection Research Foundation all have studies underway to evaluate these impacts on parking garages. It's anticipated that these results from these studies are expected in the coming year. So kind of what I'm building up to is there's a lot of research happening, and this council that I'm participating in, Senate Bill 430, is looking to kind of gather up all that research and package that in that final report. So therefore, DES does ask that the committee consider referring this bill to interim study and allow the Senate Bill 430 council to complete this work. And just a few additional considerations. So during the 2024 legislative session, a similar bill, HB 1332 FN, relative to prohibiting EVs from parking in parking garages was heard and was ultimately voted ITL. And that didn't specify commercial parking garages. So that's something unique to this piece of legislation. Additionally, existing parking structures are likely sufficient for future electric vehicle loads. And this is per a July 2024 scholarly article. U.S. building codes have long recommended designing parking garage floors for what are called live loads. And these are loads that are subject to change, right? Because cars are moving around. Those live loads generally are about 40 pounds per square foot. And so this is how parking garages have been structured. So they're already anticipating that there's going to be some fluctuation there and some flexibility. So they're already designed to take the expected future electric vehicle loading. I can give you a link to that article after this in follow-up to this. The weight of an EV does impact its battery range. So although there are concerns about EVs being so heavy, automakers have an urgency to lighten that load, right, to reduce their weight. And they're continually working on ways to reduce that weight. So what we're seeing is the exponential progress of battery technology is likely going to result in electric vehicles eventually becoming lighter. DES did perform a curb weight comparison of the top highest selling electric vehicles and their comparable gasoline counterparts. And what we found is that on average, there's a difference of approximately 1,000 pounds. And I can kind of give you that breakdown as well. Additionally, we're starting to see vehicle weight trends in general increasing, right? This is called carb load. The average vehicle weight over the last 40 years has increased by approximately 1,000 pounds. And in the United States, as most people know, sedans and station wagons and pickup trucks have largely replaced, or SUVs and pickup trucks have largely replaced sedans and station wagons. They now account for about 4 in every 5 new car purchase. At the same time, individual vehicle models are getting heavier. We talk about all that new technology that's coming on board, right? A 2024 Chevrolet Silverado pickup, for instance, is around 700 pounds heavier and 2 inches taller than the 1995 edition. So we're seeing that vehicles are increasingly getting heavier. And according to federal data, the average new American car now weighs around 30% more than it did 40 years ago. But if parking garages are structured to anticipate this weight growth, which is what we're reading, they're prepared to manage that increase. So vehicle weight trends did initially decrease, but have been steadily increasing over the years. Earlier, from model year 1975 to 81, average vehicle weight actually dropped 21% from 4,060 pounds per vehicle to about 3,200 pounds. So parking garages built in the 1970s, they were accommodating that 4,000 pound weight. And what we're seeing on average is for most electric vehicles, 4,000 pounds is kind of the average weight. So model year 2004 average new vehicle weight has actually increased across the board 28% and currently has reached about 4,000 pounds per vehicle. That's ICE, if you will, internal combustion engine, as well as electric vehicle. With all of this information in mind and in consideration of the continuing good work of the Senate Bill 430 Council, DES does ask that the committee consider referring this bill to interim study. And certainly I'm happy to provide this information electronically with links to these resources, a copy of the Senate Bill 430 interim report, if that would please the committee. That's all I have to share today. Thank you.
That'd be great if you can get that to us. Any questions from the committee? Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Did I hear correctly that of the approximately 400 vehicle fires in New Hampshire each year, that for the first half of last year, there were 3 that involved an electric vehicle?
So over the past 2 years, the State Fire Marshal's Office is aware of 5 electric vehicle fires, 3 of which were the result of accidents. And that's compared to the 400 or so fires reported in New Hampshire every year. So on an annual basis, about 400. In the past 2 years, 5 electric.
Follow up.
And were any of those in a commercial parking lot? Do you know?
That I don't know, but the State Fire Marshal's Office they collected that data. So I can certainly ask them for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Do you have written testimony as well?
It's not, it was informally written, but I'm certainly happy to provide it as a follow-up.
Okay, that'd be great.
Thank
With
you very
that,
much.
I don't see anybody else who wants to testify, so I'm going to close the hearing on HB 182. Our next bill, just give it a few minutes, would be HB 260.
There is the opportunity to submit testimony online afterwards.
One quick point that I forgot, what was really essential to think about.
I would add it in written testimony. Thank you.
This one going. All right, being 11:47, I'd like to open up the hearing on HB 260, creating a commemorative license plate celebrating the 250th anniversary of Bunker Hill. And the chair would like to recognize Representative Pearson. Welcome back, the prime sponsor.
All right, this will be a lot more fun. For the record, Representative Steve Pearson, Rockingham District 13, which encompasses the town of Derry. So what House Bill 260 is looking to do is to create a one-year commemorative state plate in honor of the 250th anniversary of the Battle of Bunker Hill. I am a published historical author, not on the Revolutionary War. I'm going to give you a very, very brief background and why this is important and its connection certainly to New Hampshire. So the Battle of Bunker Hill occurred on the 16th and into the 17th of June in 1775, 250 years ago coming up. The Battle of Bunker Hill occurred during the British occupation of the city of Boston. On the night of the 16th in 1775, American forces set up a fortification on Breed's Hill so as to be able to fire cannon into the city of Boston. Boston was heavily occupied by British troops, but they were blockaded by American forces on the neck. Boston used to be a peninsula in the 1700s. It was substantially filled in later. So there was a narrow neck. American forces had trapped the British in Boston. And they had occupied what was called Dorchester Heights at the time, which was also smushed to make the Back Bay and other parts of the city. This fortification on Bunker Hill would have been a big advantage to American forces. While constructing this, once it was discovered, warships within Boston Harbor began firing on the hill while they were constructing the fort. Amazingly, only one person was killed during the construction of the fortification. In the morning, British forces set foot on Charlestown Neck, which was also a peninsula at the time. And the British set fire to Charlestown, literally set fire to the community, and then made their way up the hill. Soldiers and militiamen, because we did have a Continental Army at the time, it was in its very early formations, on the Battle of Bunker Hill were from Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire. Notably from New Hampshire, the 1st and 3rd New Hampshire regiments, under the commands of Colonel John Stark and Colonel James Reed. Stark would later become the hero of the Battle of Bennington and made a general. So much is his importance to our history that he is one of the few that has a statue out front of the State House. Now, the Battle of Bunker Hill was actually the deadliest battle of the Revolutionary War, and it occurred right at the beginning. 135 Patriots were killed, 305 were wounded, 226 British were killed, and 825 British were wounded in this battle. Despite technically being a British victory, that came at a massive cost to the British forces. So the event showed that an inexperienced American militia could stand up to the British Army, which at the time was considered the greatest army in the world. This was the first all-out war of the Revolution. We hear of Lexington and Concord. We hear of some of the other things that occurred, minor skirmishes, but this was full-on war. And it signified a major event in the history of our nation and to our state. The list of notable people who fought at Bunker Hill is an amazing read. I won't read it, but it's literally the folks that were there formed the beginning of this nation. One of whom, who was killed, was General Warren, Dr. Warren. Dr. Warren was so instrumental at the beginning of the Revolutionary War and so popular that it is argued that he may have been our first president. And he fell on Bunker Hill. So as we move forward in the next decade of anniversaries of events, and as we celebrate the Revolutionary War and the beginning of this nation, this event really, from a New Hampshire standpoint, stands out. And it was the wisdom of Reed and Stark that saw problems in the battle that and made decisions that were substantial in keeping things viable in the fight. The American forces ultimately lost because we just simply ran out of ammunition. So, due to the substantial historical significance of this event, due to New Hampshire's big role in this event, I thought it would make sense under our statute to issue a one-year commemorative plate for the Battle of Bunker Hill. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Couldn't let you get away. Thank you for
Oh, go
taking
for
my
it.
question.
I've read
Couldn't let you get
substantially
away
on that.
without one question. Beyond the plate and the recognition of the, is there any purpose to the funding, the additional cost that this would take?
As you saw in the bill, the funding goes towards the Heritage Commission, and they'll do with it as as they see fit. This is not being done as some sort of a revenue producer by any stretch of the imagination, but bringing awareness to the formation of this country, bringing awareness to folks that have no idea that we're even entering into this 250th anniversary period in our country, is just, aside from showing a little bit of patriotism and some pride as to our New Hampshire's involvement, just making folks aware of, this is the time period in our great nation that we're going to be entering into, and according to a lot of historical folks and folks down in DC, a lot is coming.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Massachusetts issuing a plate? Do you know?
I don't
or-
know. Massachusetts issues a lot of different plates for things, but I'm not aware of what Massachusetts is doing as far as that goes.
Thank you.
Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have missed this. Is there a price of the commemorative plate that will?
That is handled by the DMV under their rules.
Follow up? Is there an anticipated number of units that will be sold?
No idea. As you're aware, right, our license plates today are decals, right? I mean, if you've ever seen a delaminated license plate, you're acutely aware of what happens. You can actually peel them apart. So as far as, the Department of Motor Vehicles creating some sort of a design for that, it's the application of a decal that it would be just in any of the other moose plate or other decals that we put on a license plate. So this doesn't incur substantial costs. The DMV is not even here, so they're clearly not worried about it. So, but yeah, that's just through the way we make license plates today, it's quite easy to do that. And you're not in a situation where you say you stamp 1,000 plates and we sell 50, right? Those are created on demand, just as our legislative plates are.
Representative Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just noticing from the license plate bill we saw this morning with a fiscal impact of $25,000 and yours is a projected $10,000 for production. Are you confident in that $10,000? Because the disparity between the two different vanity plates seems dramatic to me. I
have no idea what it costs to make a vanity plate. I do know that New Hampshire per capita has the largest vanity plate use in the country. We're very much into our vanity plates in New Hampshire. Which is great. Every single vehicle I own has a vanity plate. So, I've certainly partake in that revenue producing venture from the state. For 7 years when I was in college, I lived in the state of Oklahoma. Oklahoma has 150 different license plates. They make a ton of money off their vanity plates. So this is just something a little bit more unique than us seeing a moose plate, a veteran's plate, or a National Guard plate. Say it's just adding to that. And again, it's only for a year. It's only for 1 year. So, and it'll fall under the rules and regulations of commemorative plates that already exist.
Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Why Bunker Hill and not the semi-quincentennial when New Hampshire was the first to declare independence from the Crown, why do you pick Bunker Hill over the 250th anniversary, which will be coming up within less than 12 months, starting that year?
Sure. I mean, realistically, between the Pine Tree riots and the Constitution being signed, we've got thousands of events that could be potentially put on. The reason that Bunker Hill stands out is because of it again being the first full-on war act, the first full-on actual engagement of substantial battle, and also New Hampshire's unique role in making that event be as successful as it could have been. This was the beginning. It kind of launches the whole endeavor, and rather than just say have a generic 250th Revolutionary War plate, right? That the reason for highlighting this is just because of it, New Hampshire's significant involvement in something that was just so substantial. It changed. Bunker Hill completely changed the British opinion on the farmers with pitchforks mentality they had against militia. It completely changed the way that the British operated within their war tactics, but it also gave the Americans hope for the first time that, holy cow, we may actually have something here. So that the significance of Bunker Hill, I think, is enough to warrant it individually, and that's why I submitted the legislation.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
If no one else is on the ballot, we're going to close the hearing on HB 260. We will be in recess till 1 o'clock, where we will pick up HB 133. See you all in an hour. on HB 133, which is modifying the new resident driver license transfer requirements, specifying when the Division of Motor Vehicles shall send violation notices and appropriate funds to the division for technical upgrades required for legal compliance. It's a lot to say there. Chairman, I'd like to recognize Andrew Prout, who is the prime sponsor. And for anyone who has written testimony, if you do have that, please forward it to us so the clerk can kind of post it accordingly during any time that you're testifying. Representative Prout, welcome to Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Andrew Prout, representing Hillsborough County District 13, the town of Hudson. This bill is nearly the same as House Bill 198 that was before this committee last term, with changes to address feedback from the DMV received after the bill passed over to the Senate. After being retained by the Senate committee, I didn't pursue it further because, given the split in the House membership last term and the rework needed on the bill, including adding a fiscal note, I was not optimistic about its passage. The second half of last term went better than I expected, so I now somewhat regret that decision, but here we are. A version of this bill was also before this committee the term before, as well as House Bill 1643. This bill will amend RSA 263.35, the section that requires new residents to transfer their out-of-state driver's license to an in-state driver's license, to add additional reporting requirements if a person's circumstances change within those 60 days. And direct the Department of Safety to send reminder letters to voters who presented out-of-state driver's licenses at the polls if they failed to do so. The changes from last term are to make an appropriation to the department for IT changes necessary for implementation, and to more clearly spell out an implementation timeline. This bill is a follow-up to the letter sent to then Speaker Jasper on September 6, 2017 by the Secretary of State and Commissioner of Safety, reporting on the 2016 general election. In this letter, a dismal 84.5% unexplained non-compliance rate with the driver's license transfer requirement was reported. I've worked with the Secretary of State and DMV Director Marasco, and I believe we have sufficiently addressed the implementation concerns with this bill. I'd also like to stress that this bill may just be a first step. I certainly plan to watch the statistics for how many letters are sent and the response rate. I've warned Director Marasco that I'll be asking for those numbers periodically once this gets going. But I feel that more intensive and therefore more expensive measures can't be justified without that data in hand. I've submitted written testimony to the committee that describes the bill in more depth, so I'll stop here, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? I actually have one. Yeah, in your bill over in line 6, where it says, or actually goes into 7, where it says, shall have a maximum of 60 days from the date of his or her residency was established. How does someone establish their residency? What do they need in order to consider to be established?
So that part is existing law, and when someone's moving into the state, you know, there is, I guess theoretically, as according to law, a magic moment in which they are now a New Hampshire resident. I feel like in practice that's a little bit more fuzzy, and it has a lot to do with the person's intent and their state of mind. And that I think is been part of the problems in this space of the residency requirements and everything else, is that trying to objectively determine that exact moment in time is not an easy task. There certainly are certain events which we expect you will have already passed that threshold before you do. Voting is one of them. There, in the Supreme Court opinion referenced in my written testimony, they go through a litany of other events which that could also trigger that. Enrolling a child in school, getting a dump permit, other things that are evidence that that has already happened. But in terms of attempting to define exactly when that moment is for any given individual, I'm not sure there's an easy objective way to do that.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair would now like to recognize Secretary of State, Mr. David Scanlon, who supports the bill, who would like to speak for 2 minutes. Welcome, sir, to Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And although I do a lot of testifying before the Elections Law Committee, I don't often get a chance to get out and meet the other committees, so it's a pleasure to be here today to talk about this bill. It is not unusual when a voter registers to vote for an out-of-state driver's license to be used to establish identity in that process. When that happens, a notation is made on the voter checklist and in the registration records that the voter used that type of identification in that process. The law says that when a person establishes residency in the state of New Hampshire, they have X number of days to obtain a New Hampshire driver's license if they're going to drive a vehicle in the state. When a voter uses an out-of-state driver's license, they are saying that they have established their residency in the state of New Hampshire because you have to be a resident to be able to vote in the state. The common word in the election statute is domicile, but the court has said that it is effectively the same thing. There is no mechanism currently for the Secretary of State to follow up on those voters that used an out-of-state license to register to vote to see if they have in fact followed through with the laws that residents are subject to, because the law is the law of a different state agency, in this case, motor vehicles. It could be a fish and game law if that same voter wants to get a fish and game license or things like that. And so for that reason, I'm supportive of the language in this bill that would allow us to match the information further than we currently are obligated to match by federal and state statute to determine the status of those voters that used an out-of-state driver's license for the voter registration process, and did they follow up with the laws of the state of New Hampshire to actually obtain their in-state driver's license. And that's why I support the bill. So based on that, I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to House Transportation. As I recall, when a voter, from my days in election law, when a voter is indicated, it comes to the table it shows his license, and it's a Minnesota license. The clerk is supposed to write MN next to their name in red pencil, I guess. I recall seeing numbers of those as I reviewed after an election. Does anyone follow up currently to find out if that person is using that same MN in a subsequent election?
I'm trying to do the best way to answer that question. If they come in and use that same license as their proof of identity when they go to obtain their license, not registering, but obtain their license, I believe a notation is supposed to be made on that, but I don't know that the database is picking up on, has that voter obtained the New Hampshire driver's license yet? I think this bill will help do that. It's an area that really should be focused on. And, for the members of the committee, when a person registers to vote, they have to prove 4 things. Identity, number 1, age, they're old enough, citizenship, are they a United States citizen, and then domicile, are they a resident of the state. Up until just a few years ago, a voter could walk into the polling place without any documentation of those items and prove their qualifications simply by filling out affidavits. The most recent law that has passed related to that now requires that when a voter shows up, they actually have to show the documentation of all four of those items, although identity can still be a governmental ID from out of state. This bill will help make sure that those individuals that use that type of documentation have actually gone to the next step and follow the law that residents are required to follow by obtaining a New Hampshire driver's license if they're going to drive a vehicle in the state.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Scanlon, for joining us here in transportation. The notes for this bill indicate some costs for the DMV, but there's no indication if there's any staffing or costs associated for the Secretary of State's office for this, for implementation of this data that you will subsequently, under the terms of this bill, be receiving. Is there a cost?
I would defer to my Deputy Secretary, Erin Hennessy, who's sitting behind me because she works on those fiscal notes. If there is, I don't suspect that it would be much. There is already a requirement through federal statute that we have to match, just match data from the voter registration database with motor vehicle records, looking for anomalies such as same name, same birthday, but maybe different addresses, so that we can get that cleaned up. There may be some additional software costs involved with going the step with making sure that out-of-state licenses are have been changed over. I'd be happy to talk with the Director of Motor Vehicles on those costs and see if there's some way that we could help. Yeah, Erin, do you have any comment on that? Okay. Erin's
Does she want
happy-
to respond to the question on the fiscal matter?
Did you want to respond to the fiscal note question?
Oh, Thank you, that'd be helpful.
Yep.
And just for the record, could you just state your name and title, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Erin Hennessy. I am the Deputy Secretary of State, and part of my job is to do the fiscal notes for all of the hundreds, not quite hundreds this year, but many fiscal notes that we get to our department. For this one, it simply requires our department to share the data for anyone who has used a out-of-state driver's license to either, I believe it's to register or to vote, but it might just be to vote. I have to look into exact language. And we already have this information in our database, so that would be an easy data share with the Department of Motor Vehicles, with proper security, of course.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, and welcome,
Thank you.
Senator. Is it? There already is a link, as I recall, whether it's nightly or not, download link between DMV and Secretary of State's office. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'd have to get you the exact details on it. I know our office, our Help America Vote office, our HAVA office does have a communication link with the DMV. There are some federal requirements that we have to meet, but I don't know the exact timing of that data sharing. So.
Yeah, I don't recall either. Quick follow-up.
Well, we do have the Director Orozco and Jen Bailey up next, so.
Thank you. I have one other.
Okay.
Are there any other links for other agencies similar than DMV for Secretary of State?
For elections?
Yes.
Specifically?
Yes.
Thank you for the question. Not that I can think of off the top of my head. I'll remember something later tonight probably, but no, not that I'm aware of.
Any other questions from the committee? Yes, if you can fill out a pink slip for us,
Yes.
we'd much appreciated. Thank you so much. At this point, the chair would like to recognize Director Marasco or Jen Bailey from the DMV. They're flipping a coin. Okay. Doesn't say if you support or oppose the bill, but.
Mr. Chair,
And myself, John Marasco, Director of the DMV, here with Assistant Director Jen Bailey. We're both available to take any questions that may come up. Like to first thank Representative Prout for reaching out in advance, and we've had some lengthy conversations about his bill, and he's educated me quite a bit on election law and how it would fit into what he's trying to do here with this bill. I want to thank you for that, sir. It was those were great conversations, and so in reading the bill, ultimately to Representative Hill's question, we do have that communication with Secretary of State. There is information that goes from the DMV there to update records with Secretary of State's office. So this bill would require the opposite. It would require that, based on my understanding, when somebody votes and they use an out-of-state license, if they have residency in New Hampshire, but they're using that out-of-state license, this bill would, after the 60 days has passed, with an additional 30 of a buffer, so in total 90 days, there would have to be a notification from Secretary of State's office through a batch file to the DMV, which would then come in. And at that point, what we could do is configure the system to monitor those names that are entered up against, does that person get a New Hampshire driver's license? I'm going to leave it to the IT experts on how we're going to deconflict that information, but that's something that we can work through. So our role would be deconflict, figure out how many have actually got the New Hampshire license, how many have not. Those that have not, based on the bill, would get a notice from the DMV advising them that they haven't fulfilled the requirement of obtaining a New Hampshire license after voting with an out-of-state license. And then there's a responsibility on the DMV's part to track that information and to take in those responses, however they might come in, which I think is something that we're still going to work through, which would be, is this something where we're taking in emails? And there is a fiscal note for a full-time position to manage this program. My understanding from speaking with Representative Prout is that you could have a couple thousand, several thousand after an election that might have to be vetted out this way. So you would need somebody that's going to be able to take that information in and review it and identify whether or not there's any further action. And that was a question I had for the representative. What action is there if they don't respond to the DMV? And my understanding is at this point, there is none. It's more for analysis, data gathering, research, and could set the stage for a phase 2 bill or an add-on to this bill that could have a little bit more enforcement behind it. But as far as making the bill work, based on what's here, I think we could fulfill it with what's in the fiscal note for somebody that could manage it. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. If someone came in after that notice was sent to them, but 6 months, 8 months later, I don't think the bill speaks to any penalty or any punitive damages for doing it not within a timely fashion. Is that what currently someone could come in 5 years later now, correctly?
That's my understanding. So, I mean, there's a grace period that's cited in the bill. If somebody goes beyond the 90 days, there's still the director's discretion on a grace period if you're working through a situation where you might get a response from someone. But again, if they don't respond, there's nothing in the bill that requires additional follow-up or there could be a sanction of any sort. The other thing we did talk about, the representative and I was, it's tethered to the license, and although somebody voted with an out-of-state license, there is the possibility that they are a New Hampshire resident, but they don't come in to get a New Hampshire license because they don't need one, they don't want one. So you would have a notice that then goes out to an individual saying, you voted, you use an out-of-state license, you haven't, obtained a New Hampshire license, why? And so we talked about, could that be beyond the scope of the DMV? Is that a letter that we should be sending? I mean, we're reactive, driving is a privilege, getting a license is a privilege. People come to us if they want that privilege and go through the testing to get the license. Voting is something totally separate than what we do. So if somebody goes to vote in this vein, but then they're getting a letter from the DMV over here saying, hey, we've been keeping an eye on this and we noticed that you haven't got a New Hampshire license, but you voted over here with a Mass license. We did talk about if that goes beyond the scope of what the DMV should be doing. Because I don't know, maybe that person got a non-driver ID, maybe that person was a resident here in New Hampshire, and to your point, Representative Hill, went beyond the 90 days, was a resident at the time they voted, and then moved back to Massachusetts. But now they're getting a letter from our office saying, you haven't got your New Hampshire license, and their response may be, well, first of all, how do you know? And secondly, why are you sending me this letter? Because I know I don't have one, I don't want one. So that was the one piece we talked about. In those select cases, there could be an overreach.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recall from my days in election law that when I should have probably asked Secretary about it, but there were a number of people that used out-of-state licenses for years. And I'm wondering if this letter goes out and then the second year this person pops back up on your list. Maybe that's when someone needs to step in and take other action, whether it's the secretary or whether it's the director. I don't know, but maybe that was the way to look at it. I don't know.
Yeah,
more.
It's a good point.
Not a question, more a statement.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, I'd now like to recognize Olivia Zink, who is from Open Democracy, who's seeking 2 minutes, who is opposing the bill. Welcome to Transportation.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Transportation Committee. I'm normally in election law, so my name is Olivia Zink. I'm a voter in Franklin and represent Open Democracy. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit representing 36,000 voters across the state. I want to start with a story. This year I work at the elections as I'm also a city councilor, so that makes me a selectman. And so they asked, the Peabody Place came in with a van from the nursing home of some voters, and they asked for some help wheeling in some voters. So I had the honor and privilege of wheeling in a voter who used a Maine driver's license to vote, who is in a nursing home in Franklin, already registered on the checklist with 24 Peabody Place, which is the address of the nursing home, but used a Maine driver's license. The voting law says if you're over 65 and you have an expired driver's license, you can still continue to use an expired driver's license. And so my question for you is, with this bill, will we require residents of nursing home to then get a New Hampshire driver's license in order to continue to vote where they are now residing? And just to remind you that you can be domiciled, your identity in voting is just to prove this picture is me. The folks are checking to make sure the names are the same, and domicile is proved through other mechanisms. I have a neighbor down the street from me that has recently moved in. I see them drive by with Connecticut plates. I still know they live in my neighborhood, but have they sold their house in Connecticut? When are they officially, I think that the question was asked by the chair earlier of when does that residency requirement happen? But if they bought a house and they voted and they're living on my street but still driving their Connecticut plates, I think there is a point where you do have to change your driver's license. So those individuals do need those letters. But I think there are other voters, blind voters, voters with disabilities, voters that might not have a non-driver's identity, who are using other forms of physical identification. I do want to speak to military voters, because military voters do have exemptions if they're placed in different places. They do not have to get a new driver's license every time they're stationed. And so there may be people that are here on temporary assignment through a military and vote here because they're domiciled here for that year, but are voting with an out-of-state driver's license. So I do think we need to take into consideration all of these concerns. I urge you to think about those voters who may be elderly or disabled or have non-driver's identification, because they still have the constitutional right to vote if they're eligible voters. So I urge you to ITL this bill and consider equal access to the ballot for those New Hampshire citizens, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. With that, I have no other people who are scheduled to testify. So at this point, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 133. Our next bill will be HB 258 in 2 minutes. Okay, be it 1:33, I'm going to call the hearing into session on HB 258, establishing a study commission to determine the readiness of the New Hampshire Seacoast Emergency Evacuation Plan. Chair recognizes Representative Saborin, who is sponsor of the bill. Welcome to Transportation, Representative.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gorski and members of the committee. I'm a Representative Saborin D. Chouanier, that's a full last name, from Rockingham District 30 in Seabrook. As the prime sponsor, I'm introducing HB 258, establishing a study commission to determine the readiness of the New Hampshire Seacoast Emergency Evac Plan. My district, the host committee to the largest nuclear power plant in New England, is exploring options for updating its emergency flood plan in response to the increasingly frequent and severe flooding of State Route 286, with a notable example being the flooding of January 2024 and the false alarm incident at the nuclear power plant in the summer of 2022. Last year's floods resulted in the Beach District being locked out in panic for 6 hours, unable to evacuate or be able to receive any first responder emergency services. This is anticipated to be a multi-year project with various stakeholders taking part. The town of Seabrook, via our planning board, is coordinating with the neighboring towns of Hampton, New Hampshire, and Salisbury, Massachusetts right now, who also face similar catastrophes, along with the Rockingham Planning Commission and the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, with several productive meetings having already occurred. Various federal grants are in consideration, and the study commission is requested to aid in the effort. I've attempted to list all the stakeholders who we believe will need to be consulted as members of this commission. If the committee determines that additional entities should be included for more comprehensive final product, we would not object. And I did submit an amendment to this bill that included additional members of the committee. It looks like I got the email this morning. OLS says, please note that the amended copy contains the unapproved watermark. Once OLS is notified that the amendment has been officially adopted by committee action, OLS will remove the watermark and release the amendment to the clerk. And the amendment that has been requested is simply just a few more additions to the members of the committee listed in the bill. I do have some exhibits I could show you guys. This is what has been mailed out to all of our Seabrook residents from NextEra. There is an evac plan in place for in the event there is a nuclear incident at our power plant, if there's an accident at our power plant. But we're looking at a combination of let's say there's weather and nuclear. I could pass this around to see. And additionally, as for further exhibits, I also have brought photographs that our local police department took of the flooding as well. Oops, if you go. Thank you, sir.
Can we give that to the clerk for our records?
Yes, please. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Can you tell me, it'll be in two parts if it's all right, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell me who the new members are that your amendment would add?
Oh, yes.
Because I had questions about that and I may not need to ask them.
Yep. So, one member representing the New Hampshire Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, one member representing NextEra Energy, Seabrook Station, one member representing the town of Seabrook, appointed by the town of Seabrook Board of Selectmen.
Pardon me while I just write some notes. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you for that. One of the things that caught my attention, and just because of some of my other volunteer activities, is that in a genuine nuclear power plant incident, there'd be a huge need for evacuation.
Correct. Yes.
And then those people have to go someplace. And I know I spent several years working on Vermont's nuclear power plant evacuation back when they had the one in Vernon. And a big consideration was sheltering for the people who had to evacuate. And so the American Red Cross was particularly involved in providing sheltering for those folks. And I wondered if that would be something that would that be a good addition to your membership?
I believe so. Yeah, I'm not gonna say no to that. No, that's a
I just certainly my experience says that people are going to have to go someplace, and so I want and generally shelters are operated by many nonprofits, but the primary nonprofit operator of sheltering in the country is the American Red Cross. So I just throw that out as a
thank you. Yes, sir.
If you'd be amenable to that, I might.
No objections.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm not a huge fan of commissions anyway. I've never seen one that did anything any good. But I kind of surprised that there isn't such a thing already, or perhaps as I'm reading this, maybe there already is this organization? Because it appears like they're determining the readiness of the plan. So someone must have created the plan at some point. This is just to re-examine the plan? Is that how I understand this?
So,
Sorry.
no, it's okay. I guess the current plan is in need of an update, and we're looking for state support in this. We're right now we had a big meeting a few weeks ago with our planning board. We invited the towns of Hampton, Salisbury, and the New Hampshire Department of Transportation was there. The Rockingham Planning Commission was there, and this is it's starting at the bottom level right now, and this is kind of to when that plan is ready to be added to the 10-year plan, this commission or committee, if it turns out to be a better way to go about things, would be there to help supplement that 10-year plan.
Follow up.
Thank you. So it sounds, if I'm understanding you correctly, it sounds like you're on the way to building
Yes.
a commission existing organically,
Mhm.
and now you're just looking for us to put a stamp of approval on having this commission? Is that the purpose?
Well, the state support for it.
It's gotta say, I'm puzzled, but I appreciate your answers.
Okay. We could always meet on a follow-up another time and come back with more. Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Chair now would like to recognize Kristen Evans from Able, New Hampshire, who support. Oh. Okay. Never mind. Well, I have nobody else for 258. So at this point, I will close the hearing on HB 258. Our next bill will be HB 259 in about 18 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Transportation Committee, in which I, sorry. Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Okay, via 203, I'd like to call the hearing for HB 259, which is relative to increasing the number of handicap license plates and placards the Department of Motor Vehicles may issue to individuals. And at this time, the chair would like to recognize Representative Pataro, who is the prime sponsor of the bill. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Transportation Committee for hearing me today. And my name is Representative Matthew Bitar. I represent Allenstown, Merrimack County District 11. I am pretty much beginning my second non-concurrent term and starting my second term here on the Transportation Committee, and I'm very proud of the work that we've done and that we're doing. And my bill, HB 259, the impetus for it was my father, who is handicapped. And his story is kind of interesting. He ran into a situation where there's a limit to the combination of the number of handicap plates and handicap placards that an individual household can get. So in his particular case, at the time, he could only get one plate and one placard. And what he chose to do was get the handicap plate for his motorcycle and use the placard for his daily driver. And very soon after that, he was required to go on a business trip for work. And he realized that he didn't want to bring his motorcycle to the parking lot at the airport. And had he brought his daily driver, his four-wheel vehicle, to the airport, he wouldn't be able to park in the handicap section of the airport. He'd have to park further away. The reason being is that with his placard, he would have to bring the placard with him to where he was going on the business trip. So for the rental, he could park in a handicap spot. So that's just basically a little bit of the background here. And what my bill does is it completely eliminates the limit to the number of handicap plates an individual can get. Already, with this bill being filed, there has been some feedback I've received and concerns concerning the number of placards that an individual can get. Largely, those concerns are centered around abuse of the placard system and so forth. But despite the summary on the bill, where it mentions both plates and placards, if you look at the language of the bill and the section that it addresses only addresses the plates. And that is the intent that I wanted when I filed the bill. Purely philosophically speaking, if an individual is handicapped, but they nonetheless are a, let's say, successful individual, let's say said individual has a fleet of 20 vehicles that they like, they register them all, why not have all the vehicles be equipped with a handicap plate? I feel that the handicap designation should be designated to the individual, not to the household or the number of cars that they have or anything like that. To me, if somebody's handicapped, they should be able to designate each of their vehicles if they register with a handicap plate. So I feel that this is fairly straightforward, and I'm interested to hear more feedback on this as it goes through the process, and I welcome anybody's questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. Do you have any thoughts on people that operate as caregivers for special needs or handicapped people that need they need to get someone closer to the a place and help them walk into the doctor's office or something like that? Do you think that there's any room in your bill for expansion so that it would be more helpful to those caregiving?
Thank you, Representative. That is a great question. I kind of have two quick answers to that. My grandmother, she's 90 years old and loves slot machines. And as she's gotten on in years, through rotation, it's my job to bring her to Twin River in Lincoln, Rhode Island, and one of the key things about that adventure is making sure that we have her handicap placard, and it's a little bit more convenient for me to use it and help her and get the wheelchair from the casino, drop her off, and all the things that come along with being a one-day caregiver for somebody with mobility issues, a walking disability. To answer your question directly, I'm learning since I filed this and from some of the outreach I've gotten from some of the different organizations that there are so many facets and so many angles to disability law, and there's all sorts of work to be done. I do not think that addressing the complexities of what may or may not be going on in terms of the placards would be appropriate as an amendment, let's say, to this bill. I think that the wide spectrum of disability laws that we have, we can attack more on an individual basis some of these issues and keep the walls up with what we're trying to do with these areas.
Representative Cayusan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Representative. So am I correct in my interpretation of the current law that it is, I've heard one license plate per person, I've heard one per household. Am I correct in the understanding that if two disabled persons occupy the same household, that one could get denied a plate if the other one has a license plate due to domicile? Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative Cayusan. To my knowledge, the answer to that question in your understanding is correct. In fact, I've spoken to a couple of advocates who are in said situation, and they did run into that very roadblock when both the spouses sitting behind me right here, in fact, they both have a walking disability, and they did run into some headwinds when they each wanted to get a handicap plate for each of their cars. Again, I want to defer to what I mentioned earlier about the philosophical aspect of this. Why not? Why can't a handicapped individual have a handicap plate for every one of their cars? Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now would like to recognize Melinda Sims, who is from United Spinal, who wanted about 3 minutes. And I talked to her earlier, and I don't know if you are for or against the bill, because you said you were kind of going back and forth based on new information, so you can let us know. Welcome to transportation.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today in opposition of the bill. I just learned that this is supposed to be about plates and not placards, yet it's listed here on the bill as plates and placards, so I'm going to speak to that fact. I am the advocate coordinator for United Spinal here in New Hampshire, but I also work under federal. We also work with the Access Board, and we're working with them in making the 2010 changes up to date. So I'm going to just read this. While the desire for additional convenience is understandable, we must carefully consider the broader implications of this proposed change. Let me explain the serious concerns this bill would create for our state. New Hampshire has 166,000 residents with disabilities, and it's important to note that this number includes all types of disabilities, not just those requiring parking accommodations. Yet we currently have over 680,000 permanent parking placards in circulation. That's 301% more permanent parking placards than our total disabled residents. Our current rate of 60.27 placards per 100 population drastically exceeds the national benchmark of 9.66. In fact, we currently have 500,168 excess standalone permanent placards above our total disabled population. The impact of this oversaturation is severe. 52% of disabled individuals report having to cancel activities due to parking unavailability. The International Parking and Mobility Institute has documented serious problems with expanding placard numbers. At Hampton Beach State Park, the recent accessible study found accessible spaces being occupied for even up to 24 hours, blocking access to others and reducing local business revenue. Even more concerning, investigations have revealed these placards are being sold illegally online on the black market at $2.50 a piece. Adding more placards would only intensify these existing problems. Our current system already has a simple solution. When someone gets a disability plate, they also get a portable placard. They can move between vehicles with that placard. According to the United Spinal Association's best practices, this approach works well. Just keep the placard in a purse or on a key rack or something and transfer it to whichever vehicle you're using. This way, people have the flexibility they need while preventing misuse of these vital parking spaces. The New Hampshire chapter of United Spinal Association is happy to meet with you and share more details about our research. We'd also like to encourage consultation with the Governor's Commission on Disability for their views on this important issue. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have any idea how that can possibly be with 166,000 disabled residents in New Hampshire and 608,000 placards? How does that happen?
Well, what we surmise is that the software programs that DMV has needs to be updated. If you look at the Illinois is a poster child for the parking and placards programs. What they did is they made up 4 new placards. Went to a 2-tier system, and then they recalled all the placards, gave everybody their new placards, and then anybody left over with the old placards, the police confiscated them. Now we start anew. The new software came into the state, and they were able to keep track of all of the placards that were coming and going. It's really difficult. It's like voting. When someone dies or moves or whatever, it's very difficult to keep track of those placards. But the new system has a code bar. They would be able to scan. The police could go up to a car and just quickly scan that and know exactly who owns that placard, if it's being abused or if it's been stolen. We have online doctors that give out disability placards now, and we have people going on Amazon. You can look on Amazon and just order a placard. They're rampant. So my big concern with this is if we increase these plates, we're going to increase placards. Now, there is one option. If he wants to say, I have 10 cars, and I want a plate for every car, you can purchase a specialty accessible plate for each of those vehicles. It's $50. But we need something written in the rules that they cannot get a placard for each one of those too. Because then those 10 placards are going to be abused somehow. He might drop them getting out of the car. The grandchild might grab it and use it for their car. So we need to rein that stuff in. So thank you for your question.
Any other questions from the committee? I actually have one.
Yes.
How does, I guess my question is, how can I say this? My brother has a disability. He has a placard. I guess what I'm asking is, why did he get a placard versus plates? Is there a reason why someone would get plates versus a placard and someone else gets a placard versus a plate?
Absolutely. It's what they requested. You have the option of asking for either one of them. So whoever filled out the application put down what they thought was best.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair now would like to recognize Representative Howard, who is in support of the bill and is asking for 3 minutes. Welcome back to Transportation, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable committee members, for having me yet again. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. I'm in support of HB 259 because, as the representative who introduced the bill had stated, it affects plates only. And as somebody who has a mobility disability, I broke my back when I was 16. I had an L4 burst fracture, and I've needed handicap placards ever since. The thing is that we're not talking about the placards in this situation, and that's a separate part of the RSA. I do have the section that is affected here, which is RSA 261-88, and the language in the bill says explicitly, a person with a walking disability may receive separate special number plates for each motor vehicle owned by a person. It has nothing to do with the placards. So that is why I'm in support of this. As somebody whose family owns 4 different types of vehicles, it is something where it is kind of playing a juggling game of trying to figure out where I need to put my placard the next day. But it's something where, as a younger person, as somebody who has my my mental faculties still in place, there are older individuals who do need these disability placards where they do need to move it from car to car, and sometimes they might mess up. It's easier if we just allow these people to have the plates on the front of their vehicle, because then they will never be able to forget it. With that being said, I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now would like to recognize Rod Sims, who's representing himself, who's requesting 3 minutes, who is also opposing the bill. Welcome to Transportation.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Rod Sims. I'm the husband of Melinda Sims and her full-time caregiver. My concern is the way we see the wording. It says it includes placards. And right now, since I'm the one that usually does most of the driving and stuff, give you a day in my life, sometimes we'll have to leave an hour or a half an hour at least to allow time to go find an adequate parking place at one of her doctor's visits. Because I'll pull in and we have a very large van. She has that, her chair weighs 450 pounds without her in it. We have a commercial lift in this van, and when it deploys, you have to have a very large deployment area. We'll pull up to some place and it'll say van parking place, and you'll see a little Toyota Corolla parked in there. So we may have to sit there for a half hour or an hour to wait for the individual who's parking in the van parking spot to come out and move their vehicle. Now, they don't have a license plate saying disabled, but they have a placard laying up on the dash, because I'll literally get out and look to see if they have a disability plate displayed someplace. And I sit there and wait for this person to come out. So now you see this guy that's probably 17, 18 years old, skipping out of this building, walking with no obvious disability whatsoever, come out and get in his car, pull out and leave. So to me, we've got too many plates floating, or we got too many placards floating around that people are abusing. Don't know how they're getting. If grandma died, grandpa died, and they took the placard, we don't know. But our system right now doesn't do a good job of monitoring where the placards are. The plates are pretty much taken care of, but not the placards. So I would support this bill if it said that you could have as many license plates as you want, but only one placard. Because the situation Rep. Pitaro gave about his dad having problems going to the airport to parking his truck, but yet he still needed his placard to take with him to the state that he was going to be driving a rental car in. That makes total sense. So if his truck had had a plate on it, disability plate, that problem wouldn't have started to begin with. But my main concern is if we expand, if somebody has 10 vehicles, they want 10 plates, because right now I've got 4 vehicles and I've only got 1 plate on her van. My 4 vehicles that I drive, none of them has plates. So I constantly have to make sure I've got my placard with me. So I would support it for plates, but the placard should be limited to 1 placard, because I see no reason why you should need more than 1 placard. And then we ought to bring the system down to what my wife said, like Illinois did. And we should recall all the placards, start from ground zero, and you should have a medical purpose for having that placard. And I think also it might be a good idea to have that placard listed on your license, your driver's license, as an assistive, if you have to wear glasses or if you have to have some kind of assistive device to operate the car, it should be noted on there. The serial number that's on your placard should be called out on your license. I think that would help a lot with people using them that wasn't entitled to use them. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions from the committee? Representative Geisler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. So am I correct to understand that if the Honorable Pitaro would amend this to strike and placards, that you and your wife would be in support of it?
I would be.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to speak for my wife.
I'm sorry. I know.
That's a
better.
good answer.
I know better. I'll withdraw the second part of that. Thank you, sir.
Happy wife, happy life.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair, now I'd like to recognize Kristen Evans from Able, New Hampshire, who's requesting 3 minutes, who is in support of the bill. Welcome to transportation.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 259. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy for Able, New Hampshire. And Able is a disability justice organization, and we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that fights for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disabilities. I'm here today to voice strong support for House Bill 259. This bill is an important step towards ensuring equitable access to transportation and public spaces for people with disabilities, enabling greater independence and mobility in their daily lives. I gave you my written testimony, so I'm going to be brief so you can review the whole thing. But by passing 259, New Hampshire would enhance the independence and mobility of its residents with walking disabilities, ensuring that they have equitable access to transportation and public spaces. This legislative change is a necessary step towards promoting inclusivity and upholding the rights of individuals with disabilities in our state. And we urge the committee to support House Bill 259 and recommend its passage. And I did want to address the placards. We would be in support currently of the license plates. We don't have a position yet on placards.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chairperson, Chair, like to now recognize Jen Bailey from the DMV, who is requesting 3 minutes. Welcome to
Hello,
transportation.
is this on? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, members of the chair. So DMV is not in support or opposed. We're here more for just informational, based on some testimony we've heard here today to answer some of your questions you've had throughout this. So the placard and plate are tied to an individual. So you have the option when you have a walking disability application filled out to either obtain 1 plate and 1 placard, or 2 placards. And then a few years ago, it was changed through legislative process to add that you can also have an additional plate on a motorcycle. So currently, those are your options to have. Addressing the 2 members in one household, again, it's tied to the individual. So if you have 2 members of a household who own one vehicle, one member could get 1 plate on that vehicle and 1 placard. The other member could get 2 placards. So they would have 3 placards amongst them and 1 plate. If they owned a motorcycle, they could also get a motorcycle plate. We did run some recent numbers. I'm not sure where the 600,000 placards came from. We currently have on file that there are 132,636 permanent placards and 3,715 temporary placards that are active currently. So those are the current numbers that we have. Let's see. We have had recent discussions, it was mentioned with the DMV systems, about the placard process, and we were working with the Governor's Commission on Disability on different processes with that, whether there is a downfall when someone misplaces or loses or a placard is stolen, on how that's replaced. And so we've been discussing different protocols and how we handle that. But that is just a little bit more clarification that we wanted to provide on the placard process with the DMV.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. As this bill is currently written, does that mean that, and under your current way of operating, each person could get their own plate, but they would be charged separately for each plate?
For each plate, correct.
And the charge would be?
The plate for handicap is $8, correct? It's $8 for the plate.
So it's only $8 to get a second plate if you have a second vehicle, if you have 2 people.
So right now, you're not eligible for a second vehicle. This bill is trying to enact that. You are only eligible for 1 plate and 1 placard.
For 1 person.
For 1 person.
But 2 people could, in fact, have 2 different plates.
If you own 2 different vehicles.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Temporary plates, how long, temporary placards?
Yep.
How long are they?
Maximum 6 months. And it's 6 full months. So if you apply for it midway through a month, you're going to lose half a month of time.
Are they renewable?
They are renewable with a new letter from your doctor each time.
Thank you. Unlimited.
Unlimited.
Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, would you please restate the number of permanent placards in circulation per your information?
Yep, 132,636.
Thank you.
Representative Foot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. On the placards, there's a number on the bottom.
Yeah.
If a police officer was to look at that, could they ascertain who that belongs to if they were checking on a spot?
They cannot by the number. However, if you have a walking disability privilege, it prints a handicap symbol on your license.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have the number of license plates that are issued? Handicap license plates?
Do not. We do not have the count of that. We could get that for you if you'd like, though.
Okay, please, just out of curiosity. Thank you.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious about what you know of the placards that you can purchase on Amazon. Is that anything that anybody is checking up on to see if you actually can purchase New Hampshire walking disability placards on Amazon?
I do not know that, and I have not looked that up.
Thank you. Could you?
Yeah, we can
Thank
look
you.
at that.
Yeah.
Representative Mayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What are some of the protocols that are being considered to mitigate the lost and stolen placards, like expiration dates or barcodes or?
So we have talked about, so law enforcement uses a program called SPOTS to look at when you're pulled over and whether or not we can report that placard number through there. So when you are looked up, again, this becomes more of an enforcement issue on how law enforcement were to enforce that. Or as it was mentioned, printing either the placard number on the license or vice versa, printing the license number on the placard. There's other, both those options have been discussed.
Follow up?
Would it make sense to put an expiration date on the placard so that if they are stolen or lost, they're only good for a limited amount of time so that they can't be
So
renewed or?
that's actually a very good question. So they actually do expire. So even though they're permanent placards, they're only good for the term of your license. So they match your license. So there are 5-year expiration dates hole punched into them. And then every 5 years, you bring in a new doctor's note to have that reassigned.
Representative Foot?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield. My question was answered. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing, oh, Representative Hill?
Turns out, for $4.80,
We got two on this side.
you can buy an ID number permanent placard.
Do they look like the New Hampshire, the blue and white? Yes. They do. Interesting.
$4.80.
Interesting.
Doctor, handicap.
You can even get them for your luggage. Thank you.
I feel like this is the home shopping network right now. Representative Foot?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of that question, so where the police don't have access to that now, is there a way to incorporate that? So for these ones that are purchased online, that they can validate that those are accurate or not?
We'd have to do system changes. Spots is a special program through them where they'd have to have the real estate to list that and then connect with the DMV map system to pull that information over. So that's definitely something that can be looked into.
Follow
Sorry.
up?
And is there a large monetary to that, or?
System changes, that would be dependent on how many hours that work would need. It'd be interfacing with a program. So it could be a few, like $30,000 probably.
Thank you.
Representative Crawford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm curious, when they came out with the placard, I was always under the impression that was a temporary thing. So if you had surgery or whatnot, you got a placard and it lasted for 6 months because you couldn't walk and you used it. So the problem here is plates, I'm assuming, because people are carrying around placards because they can only get one set of plate for one person in a household, right? So wouldn't it be better to give plates than to have these placards all over the place and only issue placards to people who are temporarily disabled because of a condition that they have?
That's another option. So personal experience, my mom has MS. So she does have a plate on her vehicle and then she carries the placard with her in her purse for when I pick her up and take her out. So that's kind of the option of there. And it's opposite right now where the placard drives the walking disability process, where you always are allocated a placard in our system no matter what, and then you can choose to either get an additional placard or get a plate on your vehicle. Welcome.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, I have nobody else. So at this point, I will close the hearing on HB 259. Our next bill will be HB 287, which will start in a couple minutes. All right, it's 2:37, and I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 287, requiring police departments to provide fire departments with certain motorist personal and insurance information following a motor vehicle incident. The chair would like to recognize Representative Prohl, sponsor of the bill. Welcome, sir. I hope your car troubles are taken care of.
The wrecker didn't show up for 2 hours. I called AAA, said, hey, where's my wrecker? Oh, we don't have that call. Can we make it a call now? That would be really great because it's getting cold out here. Anyway, my name is Mark Prue, representing Hillsborough 15, Manchester Ward 8. So today I had a fire chief reach out to me, Tilton Northfield. One of the departments is great on giving them information because if they use Speedy Dry or booms or some kind of consumable, they want to be able to bill that back to insurance. The other police department says, yeah, tough, you didn't get it? Too bad. I ain't giving it to you. So he's just looking for some way to be able to reach out to a police department and say, hey, I need the information from that person, and them having to come forward with, you know, their name, address, insurance company, policy number, those kind of things. Pretty simple. They already have it. It's a matter of walking over to the copy machine going, here you go, right? But for some reason, some police departments just can't be bothered to furnish that information. So that he's just looking for a way to make that happen. And I kind of agree with him because we use a lot of stuff. And if we can't get, in this day and age, we can't get paid for ambulance calls. So, and now we're losing money on the things that we have to use for hazmat and things like that. That's all I got. Pretty
Any
simple.
questions from the committee? Representative Rex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Why is this information not a matter of public record once the police department has it?
That's a really good question. But it is, they just choose not to go through the effort to readily make it available. Some of them, apparently. And I have no idea why. Because my police department that I work with, I work for Epping Fire, and they give us everything we need.
Follow
up? I'll bet if you made a couple of 91A requests formally that you would get the information every time.
That's way too much work.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. If this passes, and you make that same request from Tilton Northfield, which is my fire department, by the way, to the police department, and they say no, and you say it's the law, then what happens?
Then maybe we should have a penalty if they don't. I'm
It-
glad you brought that up. Maybe we should amend it to put a penalty in there.
Oh, that's-
You know, I must be a nice guy because I just think if there's a law on the books and we say, hey, can we have it, that they would just say yes. But you're probably right. They'll probably just say no.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So let's say that there's a penalty on this. Who's going to enforce it?
State police. How about that? AG's office.
So we should look forward to an amendment coming?
I'd be happy to make one.
Thank you.
I actually have a question.
Okay.
How often is this happening?
So I only have this one person's perspective. And like I said, one of those police departments is forthcoming. The other one never does it. So depending on where the accident is. And I've also kind of heard grumblings that there's some other police departments that can't be bothered as well. So it just makes it more difficult. You know, and sometimes we don't get that information from that person at the time because usually the police are yelling at me to get my big red truck out of traffic so they can get it moving again. So, and they have the license, they're getting their report information. And sometimes I don't have access to it. And I've gone through, back to my police department and said, hey, you got that guy's information? Yep, sure, it's here, right here, here you go. But apparently some other police departments don't want to play that, play nicely.
Representative Patero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Forgive me in case I missed it, but could you walk through what the need is? Why would the fire departments need these details provided to them by the police departments?
So we can bill their auto insurance for our consumables, like Speedy Dry. If they dump a bunch of fuel, oil, or radiator fluid, we have to put the Speedy Dry down, pick it up. Sometimes we need to put the hazmat booms to block sewers and stuff so it doesn't get into the drainage system.
May I ask a follow-up?
Follow-up.
Thank you. Is there any consideration with how an ambulance service ties into the fire response? Are they always integrated, or are they usually separate? And is it based on the town? And I only bring that up because of the billing aspect. As you mentioned.
Based on the town, some of them, my Epping is, right? But we don't get their auto information. We get their health insurance, right? And a lot of times we don't transport. So we don't get anything. We walk up to them, hey, you okay? Or the police wave off the ambulance because nobody's hurt. But the fire truck stops to check for hazards, electrical, fuel, oil, radiator fluid, and any other such hazards that we have to mitigate so they don't create a bigger problem down the road.
Thank you.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shut it off. I always struggle with these things. I just want to make sure, is there additional, I don't know the answer to this, which is why I'm asking the question. Are there additional requirements that would be necessary under the RSAs to allow fire departments to bill for ancillary services that, like, I know they can bill for ambulance services, but there are some things they can't bill for, and I want to make sure we cover that base
So as far as I know, from the chief that asked me to put this in, when he gets that information, he is billing with success. So I'm assuming it's allowable, but I will look into that.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we cover the base so that it can be done if we get far enough along.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And with that, I have nobody else on the list for this particular bill. So at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 287. Our next bill is HB 298, which we'll get off in about 5 minutes. It's 2:51. I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 298, creating an exception to the prohibition on removing VIN tags from vehicles manufactured prior to 1981, where removal is reasonably necessary for repair or restoration. And the chair would like to recognize Representative Holm, who is the prime sponsor. Welcome, sir, to transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm putting in this bill at the request of a a constituent of mine from Nashua, the Honorable Representative Larry Artz, former House member, who has a hobby and a business restoring antique cars. Now, the problem when you restore antique cars is that they get pretty rusty. And once in a while, that rust comes out to the side of the car where the nameplate's attached. And if you've got to replace the piece of rust that has the VIN plate on it, then you got a problem trying to move that VIN plate to the repaired part of the car. It's not legal to take a VIN plate off and put it on a different chassis. And technically, this is a different chassis when you repair the part that had the VIN plate on it. So the bill is to allow people who restore antique vehicles defined as model year 1981 and earlier to do these kind of repairs, to not just repair the upper body, but to repair some of the chassis and specifically be able to move the VIN plate to the new chassis. And with that, I'd like to turn the testimony over to my colleague, the Honorable former Representative Larry Artz.
He's next on my list, so hold off on that. Any questions from the committee? Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, would it make more sense to put a time line rather than a year on this, such as a vehicle 40 years old or older, 45 years old or older? Because it seems to me that 1981 is a specific point in time where the definition of antique is changing as we grow older every minute.
Yeah, it certainly does make sense. It used to be 25 years for an antique car. This is over 40 years. I go back to kind of the pre-emission days when you could actually work on cars. But I'll defer that response to my colleague, Mr. Artz.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to call up Larry Artz, who's representing himself, who is in support of the bill. Welcome, sir, to transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lawrence Artz. I live in Nashua. And just a slight correction, and it's not a business, but a hobby of mine, restoring old cars. I've been involved with that activity for many, many years. To answer your question, Representative, about the 1981 cutoff, 1981 was the beginning of the standardized 17-digit VIN format that all cars, all vehicles, all motor vehicles and trailers have to abide by when they're manufactured. And that's why I requested that the cutoff be at 1981. Although if the committee feels that 40 years or some other age is appropriate, then I have no problem with that. Back in the 50s and 60s, the original VIN tampering law was written back at a time when no one really foresaw people restoring motor vehicles as antiques. And also at that time, manufacturers had their own format, their own placement for VIN plates on these vehicles. And as such, now that a lot of these cars that are being restored had been sitting in junkyards, been sitting in fields, and just, through time, they have to undergo some major restoration. And with the proliferation of replacement parts that are body parts that didn't really exist as a replacement that are now available today, people are taking a rusted body and actually restoring the car. General Motors, for instance, they put their VIN plates on the A-pillar, down behind the door jamb, up on the windshield pillar like they were on the 55 through 7 Chevys, or they would put them somewhere on the cowl. But if that portion of the car needs to be replaced because it's rusted or damaged, it's going to necessitate removing the VIN temporarily to be able to repair that section of the car, and then it gets reattached once the repair is complete. But if you go by the letter of the law, it's technically an illegal activity. And what happened, I'll tell you a little bit of an incident that happened here a few years ago. There was a man in Kansas who bought a 1959 Chevy Corvette. He actually bought the car in Indiana, but he attempted to register it in his home state. When he went to get the car inspected, the highway patrol determined that the VIN had been removed and then reattached. And then what happened was they impounded his car as contraband because they thought that maybe that they just presumed that the car was stolen because the VIN did not have its original rivets or its original spot welds or whatever the case may be. I think on a Corvette, because it was fiberglass, they riveted it in. I'm not exactly sure because I'm not really into the Corvettes per se. And according to Kansas law, because that VIN had been removed, the car would have had to been destroyed because it would have been presumed until he proved otherwise that the car was not stolen. And so as a result of all kinds of litigation, the car sat outside for years while this issue wound through the courts. Eventually he was able to prevail, and he was able to ultimately register it, but it became a extreme hardship for him. And so Kansas changed their law to basically the same language of what I've been proposing to do here for New Hampshire. And they also, the state of Arizona, which is home to the Barrett-Jackson auctions for classic cars, they amended their law in the same fashion. Now, federal law allows it, but from what I can see in New Hampshire, state law allows no provision on the activity of removing and replacing the VIN in order to facilitate a repair or restoration on the car. And I would like to have that exemption put in. At the same time, the language in the law does not allow for anybody to conceal the identity of a car if the person knows that it is stolen. We leave those protections in place, but there's just carve out that exception for the person that's trying to restore the car and needs to be able to temporarily remove that VIN tag from the car, because a lot of people, they just do it and they don't tell anybody, and then nobody says anything, and they can go for years and years. But all it takes is just one officer or something like that that's real eagle-eyed and or wants to make a stink about it, and they'll cause a lot of problems for that person. And what I would like to do is to avoid that issue. And so if anybody has any questions.
So any questions from the committee? Representative Patero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me, and thank you for taking my question. As a auto restoration enthusiast, do you have any knowledge or comments to the idea of like the VIN number can be found in multiple spots in the same car? I believe we have them on the door, the dashboard, the engine block. How long has that been a thing where the VIN is stamped on strategic spots in the car? Do you know?
Okay, different years. I know that in the late 80s, they started putting VIN numbers on major body panels like fenders or bumpers. But going back further, like I know at least with General Motors vehicles before 1968, The only other VIN that they had on, at least like on the Chevy Nova that I'm familiar with, because that's the cars that I'm into, they have a partial VIN stamped at two places adjacent to each other underneath the driver's side fender on the cowl flange, but it's only a partial VIN. The first 5 digits, which denote the year and the body style, is not included in there. It's just the plant letter designation and its serial number. Some of the cars, yes, they have them in multiple locations, but like I said, prior to 1968, each manufacturer had their own methodology on putting VIN numbers on their car. I know also back in the 40s, maybe even the 50s, they only put the serial number on the motor. They didn't put it anywhere else on the car. And if you change the motor, you've removed the VIN number from the car. And in that case, I don't know what happens. Are they allowed to make a new VIN plate, or are they allowed to, or does the state have to give you a state issued VIN? And in that case, you have this white sticker that's got the state seal on it, and it gets placed wherever the officer affixes it to the vehicle, and it may or may not be an appropriate place for the owner to like where it was put.
Thank you.
Representative Ayu?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What are the ethics behind putting an original VIN tag on a body part that's been substantially repaired? That if you had to make a major patch for the part, it's no longer original. How's that viewed by anti-car collectors and the marketplace?
Well, you're repairing that section of the car that contains that VIN plate. I mean, if it's just like on the GM cars, the driver's side pillar, if that got smashed or if it got rusted, and they put in a new piece on there, a new section of that car to repair it, the new piece does not have any numbers on it. If you buy an A-pillar, for instance, or if you're buying the cowl, the dashboard, or the firewall, you're repairing that same car. Of course, you don't want to take the VIN plate off of one car and put it on another. That's not ethical at all. But you want to be able to maintain the VIN number for that same car that you're restoring, because a lot of these car enthusiasts, the VIN number will tell you whether it's an SS, whether it's a real GTO or not just a Tempest, or it has these certain options, this type of motor or whatever, and they like to be able to have their car continue to be matching to the rest of the car when they restore it. These car restorers, they go right into these details that most other people don't even think about.
Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think I'm following up on Representative Vayu's question. Are you envisioning some type of a disclosure that would have to follow the car, like you would do with a odometer change or something like that? Because it seems to me if you transfer ownership without disclosing that you have removed this tag and returned the same tag on there, that someone down the line could get in difficulty with a eagle eye officer, as you're saying. I mean, it would seem to me you'd need to have some kind of chain or paperwork that would say this has been removed at some point and replaced.
Yeah, that would not be a problem if there was some kind of an official declaration or an affidavit or something like that to go along with the car. I would be for that.
Follow up?
Additionally, I know when you homemade trailers or something like that, you need to have someone come and view, the local police officer will come and view that there is no, or certify that there is no VIN number, and you end up with that sticker somewhere along the line. Would something like that help your situation, that someone would come and certify that the VIN number plate had been removed and
well, that
and
change
put back
basically
on?
changes the VIN number of the car, and it changes its identity and its I guess, it's prestige among the car collector, because a lot of times that VIN number denotes that whether or not that was a real super sport, whether it really came equipped with a 327, or was it a 283 car, or was it a 6-cylinder car, whether or not it had a certain option package or something like that. And I think what that would do, if you had a state issued VIN, it would devalue the car as far as the car collector is concerned.
Follow up?
Thank you. I don't think I'm saying changing the VIN number, just the fact that the plate was removed while you repaired that, and then the plate is being put back on so that it doesn't look like the original rivet or something like that. Would that not solve your issue if there was
If there was you mean like a certificate that went with the car?
There you go.
That I wouldn't have an issue with that.
Okay.
If that
Thank
was, yeah.
Representative Fract.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Following on this discussion, I'm not sure that I understand exactly what the interest of the state of New Hampshire is in this process. Clearly, a title is not required for a vehicle that old. And in your mind, what would differentiate a 52 Chevy Corvette from an 1890 Larkin Dresser, which is also an antique?
Well, okay, it had two different questions here. I kind of lost I lost my train of thought on the first part of that.
The first part of the question is, what exactly is the interest of the state of New Hampshire? Because a title is not required for a vehicle, I believe, 25 years or older.
Okay, I got that part. The state of New Hampshire allows a person to obtain an antique vehicle title for vehicles over 25 years of age. It's an option for the vehicle owner, and it also helps when selling that vehicle to people out of state. And the state's interest is that right now it's a crime to just remove that VIN for any reason. And what this bill would do is it would eliminate that potential criminal offense.
May I?
And the second part of the question?
The second part of the question is, again, what differentiates a antique 52 Chevy from an 1840 Larkin Dresser, which also has antique value? And if you're a collector, you want to know that what you're getting is the real genuine article.
Well, the VIN number for a 52 Chevy would have a standard format for a 52 Chevy, and the other vehicle, I have no idea. I'm not familiar with it. It's a piece of furniture. It probably wouldn't have a number that even closely resembles that of a car. I'm not exactly sure how to answer that question. That's kind of, to me, sounds like an apples and oranges type of question when I'm trying to compare, two different things there.
Okay, we'll let it go with that. Thank you, Representative.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair will now like to recognize Jennifer O'Leary from the DMV, who's requesting 5 minutes. Welcome to transportation.
Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for taking the time to hear me today. My name is Jennifer O'Leary, and I'm the Title Bureau Administrator with the Division of Motor Vehicles. I've been with the division for 22 years with a main focus in both registration and titling of vehicles. I've heard your questions today along with the testimony regarding this bill, and I just wanted to provide some information and take any questions you may have regarding this. So when a vehicle, whether it be antique or title required, has a VIN removed and different major component parts added to it from a vehicle that bears a different VIN, this would be what we consider an assembled vehicle. We would need to see all documentation pertaining to all vehicles with major component parts pertaining to VINs, regardless of the year of manufacture, And then we, as the state of New Hampshire, through our state police members, would assign a New Hampshire issued VIN, whether it be titled or not. If we are looking at this bill in a sense where we are going to remove a plate, restore, refinish, and then put that plate exactly back on, and we're not taking major component parts from any other VIN numbers, then that I think would be a different story. And I think there were a couple questions pertaining both of those scenarios. So I'll just open that up to you guys if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you. So you just, in my mind at least, you opened up a can of worms, which I appreciate because I was wondering about this. There's nothing in this bill as it's currently written that would differentiate between those two different scenarios that you just described.
That is correct.
And does the New Hampshire DMV, is that a problem for the New Hampshire DMV Title Bureau?
With the language that's in the bill that's written as is today, it is represented that the VIN, there would be no penalty if the VIN was removed for restoration and then replaced. Not the VIN taken off of this vehicle that I have sitting here that I want to restore. Well, I've taken a chassis that is in much better condition than the one that I have. The chassis is actually one of the major component parts that has a VIN from another vehicle. So when we talk about the VIN describing where it was made, when it was made, what the model is, there is value added to that. And that is what collectors want to see in the vehicle. But in our eyes, when you're meshing multiple vehicles with multiple VINs together, there is a process that we go through. What we don't want to see is we don't want to see a VIN number for a frame that's attached to John's vehicle, while that VIN plate on the public dashboard is taken off and placed onto another vehicle. That opens up for fraud. And what we see there is masking of vehicles. We see this going across the entire United States. So we have these checks and balances put in place that if you're going to take multiple VINs and merge into one vehicle, which we see all the time, we are going to assign a New Hampshire VIN, and we are actually going to merge those used VINs into that so that if another VIN plate is taken and it's part of your chassis, it's not going to be used for fraud.
Representative Hill.
So I'm hearing, thank you for taking my question. I'm hearing that you don't have a problem. I think what you're saying is what they're asking for, there currently isn't a problem with.
Removing the penalty for just removing the VIN and replacing it right back on the same vehicle would be on the enforcement side. That would not have anything to do with our process at the division. However, there was a statement that was made in the testimony that talked about taking a chassis from another vehicle as part of the restoration, and that's what would open up some issues on our end with the paperwork.
Follow up. Thank you. But that's not what the bill is talking about, that second scenario. Your objection is to the testimony that we were talking about.
I'm providing information on the testimony, yes.
It sounds to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds to me like if you spoke with the prime sponsor and the gentleman that testified, it sounds like what they want to do is already available to be able to be done.
No, what they're asking to do just in this VIN,
Yeah.
if it isn't in conjunction with the testimony provided, they would need the verbiage in here because it is current. They are correct that if you remove a VIN, regardless if you're replacing it for whatever reason, it is part of the penalty.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Vayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So the scenario, if you have a rusted out fender and you take the tag off from inside the fender and you repair that area, you weld in a new piece of steel, and you is it okay to put that tag back on? That's not legal right now.
No, if that sounds like that's what they're trying to achieve for models 81 or older in this language, that scenario.
Okay, I guess it's more of a question, follow-up?
Follow-up.
More of a question for a collector or an aficionado to how would that be perceived in the marketplace if, it's the same fender, but it was repaired and the tag put back on?
That I would not be able to provide that. Thank you.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for appearing. It surprises me there is not more detailed federal law in this area. Are we sure that we're not stepping on anything federal when we do this?
That is a fantastic question. We can reference CFR, our 49 CFR, to see if this would be in violation of that. I know that these are our New Hampshire enforcement laws right now.
Representative Patero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned briefly the concept of an assembled vehicle. Can you explain in more detail like what that is and like what to expect with the state giving a new VIN to an assembled vehicle?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. Thank you. So if I take my 1996 Honda Accord, it does not require a title, but it has a valid issued VIN. And I take the frame of a 1990 Honda Accord and remodel the vehicle, whether it be due to damage, whatever, it's what I could find at the scrapyard, the size matches. There are going to be VIN numbers issued to both of those vehicles. Both of those vehicles will have chain of transfer, right? Transfer of ownership that you're going to see. The issue becomes that where these VIN numbers are placed on different component parts, and now these vehicles are essentially being parted out and put together, we need to create one single VIN number and essentially kill off the other VIN numbers so that those aren't being used fraudulently out in the world.
Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And this is kind of hypothetical because I'm not versed on antique cars at all, but I know the VIN number in my vehicle now is on a plate on the dash. If I were to own a vehicle older than 1981 with the VIN number there, let's say hypothetically, and I needed to replace that dash for some reason, I wanted to remove the VIN number, put a new dash in, replace the VIN number. Under the current law, I can't do that.
That is correct.
Under
There is
the
a
new
penalty.
law, I would be able to do that.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee?
Nope.
Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
And with that, I have nobody else on the docket. So at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 298. Our next bill would be HB 326. We'll start in a couple minutes.
We made our way right here. This one. What's that? Maybe we'll get out. Oh, it looks like you do. It's good to see you. I'm sorry you didn't ask me to sponsor this. Okay, fair enough. Exactly. That's not the show. Went over to Shinto, having two different vehicles. Taking 5 minutes for now, kill both of these. You didn't get this. I was not the trailers and stuff. So you're not about this. Back to what we're saying. Without the work on production on it. You guys told me.
Okay, it's 3:22. I am going to open up the public hearing on HB 326, which is prohibiting the operation of antique passenger vehicles model year 1968 or older on state or local highways for more than 20 miles unless the vehicle is fitted or retrofitted with seat or safety belts. At this point, Chair like to call up Representative Tim Horgan, sponsor of the bill. Welcome, Representative, to Transportation.
I'm Resident Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham, and I subbed here several times the last session, one person asked me, "Oh, are you on transportation again?" I said, no, I was on judiciary, and this bill, it was a suggestion from a friend of mine whose brother was killed in an accident, and I think probably I think the antique car collecting community doesn't like the bill as written, and so that's I just have to acknowledge that up front. And they're compared to some of the other lobbies I've inspired the ire of. I feel a little bit bad about that because they all seem to be very nice and cheerful people. So unlike some others, I've inspired the ire of. But anyway, I'll start. So first off, the first piece of testimony here, which is from a friend who suggested it to me, who was Kate Miller from Meredith, who's actually a former state rep, served from 2009 to 2010, and her brother was an antique car aficionado. So I guess I'll read her statement. It would probably be much better if she was here. She's a much better speaker, a much better writer than me. But anyway, she says, "My brother, John Warner IV, was an antique car and airplane aficionado. He maintained a garage in Melvin Village, which is a gathering spot for fellow old car junkies to trade advice and tell tall stories." Something she didn't add to was that the name of his garage was actually the Melvin Garage. So that was, but on a particularly sparkling New Hampshire day 2 years ago, June, John decided a quick errand would be the most fun if taken in one of his antiques with the top down. Not far down the road, we presume he saw an oncoming car drifting across the center line. That driver, post-accident, recalls hearing a horn and then seeing a white light. That light apparently was the impact of my car, hitting my brother's vehicle with enough force that he was ejected, killing him upon impact. This fanciful antique car had neither seatbelts, nor automatic steering, nor brakes, and yet it was legally registered in New Hampshire since it was in the antique category. If New Hampshire requires seatbelts for all individuals under a certain age, parenthetically, I believe that's 18, why does it not in vehicles over a certain age? I'm sure the statistics are low for accidents in the category, but they're not low in my family. So, and then my testimony, which I put on the portal, but I don't think I've emailed it to you, and maybe I'll. This bill has inspired the death of a wonderful man who died suddenly and much too soon in a car crash near his home in Melvin Village 2 years ago, John Warner IV. His obituary cites a very specific time, 1:44 p.m., June 12, 2023. He was driving one of his many treasured antique vehicles when he died on an otherwise ordinary Monday afternoon. I mean, it was sparkling, but ordinary. The old car did have a horn, and he was able to honk it before the other driver hit him, but it lacked a number of other modern safety features, including seatbelts. The accident likely would have been a minor one if he'd been wearing a seatbelt. I guess not everyone behind me is going to agree with that, but it became a tragedy. I'm introducing this bill because I don't want any other families to go through what John Warner's family is going through since 2023. And he did many great things in his hometown of Clinton, Illinois, about 160 miles south of Chicago, in New Hampshire's Lake region and elsewhere. So here in New Hampshire, he's probably best known for his leadership role at the Wright Museum of World War II in Wolfboro, which place I'm sure many of you visited. Everybody in the room should visit that place. It's one of the most interesting museums in New Hampshire. So he took a keen interest in the vehicles, articles, and other items on display in the museum. I know him better as the brother of former state representative Kate Miller. John didn't always wear a seatbelt, but his sister always wears her, even though she lives in New Hampshire, where seatbelts are optional. So this bill was based on her suggestions. So my original idea was to ban all pre-1968 seatbeltless cars on the highway. But that's obviously extremely excessive. And in theory, 1968, that was the 1967 model year when the federal law was passed making seatbelts mandatory. And I think there aren't any cars post 1968 which lack seatbelts unless some strange thing happened. So, and seatbelts, they're fairly commonplace even before the 1968 model year, and the now standard retractable 3-point shoulder belt, which we all have in our cars, and hopefully everybody in the room actually uses theirs. That was invented in 1959 by a Volvo engineer named Niels Boland in 1959. It quickly spread worldwide, and then I have like a little paragraph here I'll skip over about my dad's 1963 Ford Falcon, which had front lap belts as standard equipment, and you can actually still get seat belts. And then my mother insisted on having aftermarket lap belts installed in the back. Anyway, it's a very short detail bill. The details of implementing might, obviously, we need a lot more detail than what is shown here. And that was why I asked to give the DOT rulemaking authority. And probably there is. I'll be pleasantly surprised if this idea goes too far, but there are other states that have laws in that. California has a very extensive one, which, anyway, whatever you do with this bill, I hasten to add that even if you do pass it, it merely changes the requirements for making pre-1968 cars, from before the 1967, from the 1966 model year and older, street legal. Doesn't change our existing laws about wearing seatbelts. If you are an adult, you still wouldn't be actually legally required to wear your car's seatbelt, no matter how old the car is. And I guess I'll also say at the end, this is probably a difficult year to be introducing any seatbelt bill. Even when we had this spate of accidents on I-95, the former governor, said they're going to enforce the laws on distracted driving, and well, we don't have a state seatbelt law, so they couldn't enforce a non-existent law, but he didn't even urge people to buckle up. But so anyway, that's the bill. I think there's a good idea there. I certainly, my ideal preference would be to have the committee retain it and work it, because I probably need more than just the 20 miles, unless you're going to a parade or a car show. So even if you wanted to accommodate antique car collectors, you probably would need more exceptions of what's in the bill, and so that's my bill and former Representative Miller's testimony. And would have been better if she was there. She would have delivered it much better than I did. But so I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the committee?
Yeah,
Representative Guyson.
Yeah,
I'm going to have a question and a follow-up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my initial question is, are you aware of what this would do to the value of the vehicles that would be modified in terms of their collectability and their appraisal initially? And are you aware also that this would trigger actually a criminal action for people coming over the border who do not have to face these restrictions as collectors were they coming to a car show?
I guess the law. I mean, the second thing, that's something you could put in, if you like the bill, except for that one thing, you could put an exception for vehicles registered from out of state. And looking at this other bill, let's see. Yeah, but it does refer to all antique passenger vehicles regardless of where they're registered. So that's, if you just want to change the definition of what a street legal vehicle is and tweak the definitions or create another class of antique vehicles, you could do that. I think that's what they did in the California law, although I haven't had a chance to. I looked at it a few weeks ago, but I haven't had a chance to look at that. So that's, and that's for the value. That's a decision you can make. We did, as I said, we already put in like some exceptions anyway, so you don't have to. If you don't want to put one in your car, you don't have to. I think the one involved in the accident was a roadster from the 1940s, from what I've heard from somebody else who'd seen the police report, and that, I don't know whether that would. I think probably some people did have crude seatbelts back then, but some didn't. Yes.
Follow up?
Yes, and don't get me wrong, I sympathize with these losses.
Yeah.
Individuals have the right to make these modifications should they so choose. But my follow-up is specifically to traffic enforcement. Without the police going on a fishing expedition when they pull somebody over, they don't know how long you've been on a public roadway for, where you're coming from, where they're going to. To me, I believe that this would create a set of circumstances where you would have an expectation of the police to do basically an unwarranted deep search. How would this be enforced, in your opinion?
That's probably a question you should either ask of someone else or you have a work session to get into that detail. I believe this is something that would probably be enforced, at the time of registration. So they have to add some sort of endorsement to the registration. That's one of the many issues why we gave DOT rulemaking authority in this bill to hash out those details. Or you can try to hash them out in a work session or even in a retained bill hearing this summer, should you want to pursue this idea at all. So,
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
And
Chair would now like to recognize Richard Smith, representing himself, who opposes the bill, who's asked for 3 minutes. Welcome, sir, to transportation.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Richard Smith. I'm a lifelong resident in the state of New Hampshire, and I currently live in Bow. I've been active in the antique and classic automobile hobby since I was in high school. Personally, I've owned a total of 5 different Model A Fords, and I've participated in at least 6 total restorations. I'm currently president of the White Mountain chapter of the Model A Ford Club of America. Our chapter has over 70 family members, most of which are somehow engaged in the antique car hobby. Many of our members own more than one Model A or several antique cars of various makes and models. A large percentage of our cars are restored and maintained by their hobbyist owners. We are proud to represent a portion of several million-old Fords still in use today. Only slightly newer, but like our Model T brethren, our cars are made to be driven. They are meticulously maintained, usually by their owner, to safely negotiate the scenic back roads of byways of New Hampshire and New England. For years, antique automobiles were subject to state of New Hampshire safety inspections. Equipment not provided by the manufacturer, such as directional signals, seat belts, electronically controlled braking systems, airbags, and a multitude of other post-manufacturing improvements, were not required of our vehicles. On the other hand, safety is an important concern of any antique owner and driver. We know seat belts provide a significant benefit to the driver and the passenger of modern vehicles. I'm, however, not aware of any data indicating seat belts or other technologies are needed to lower the injury rates specific to antique automobiles in the state of New Hampshire. Despite that, many of our antique owners have added turn signals, improved lights, and other safety features, which include seat belts, to their vehicles. These features, when present, have been added at the will of the owner and not because of unnecessary regulation. I'd like to take a couple minutes and at the end here and just go over some technical issues, and then I'll explain why we think HB 326 should not become law. The early automobile industry relied heavily on the carriage or coach manufacturers to supply the bodies for the fledgling automobile companies. Therefore, wood was often the primary structural material. Even the body styles made by Ford, made completely by Ford, contained wood subframes, wood seat frames, and wood floorboards. This fact makes installation of safety belts a challenge that is likely to exceed the skills of the average hobbyist. The advent of federal seatbelt regulations requiring installation at the time of manufacture ensure that the engineering would be correct and consistent. This will be a tall order for retroactive installations. HB 326 specifies the installation and use of seat belts or safety belts. The term seat belt or safety belt to the average owner of the modern automobile knows that this includes the shoulder belt. If HB 326 intends to require a shoulder belt, a great number of antique orders will need major structural changes to make that happen. Case in point would be any of the open cars. Okay, next I'd like to address cost. Designed and installed at the factory allowed the cost to be transferred to the buyer at a much lower per unit cost than possible on a one-of-a-kind basis. Retroactive installation will only work if the state cares to engineer and regulate the design and then inspect each installation to ensure its compliance. Surely there would have to be a fee for inspection added to the cost of the professional installation, therefore substantially increasing the financial burden to the hobbyists. Lastly, enforcement. How would HB 326 be enforced? Would antique autos be pulled over by law enforcement to determine if the occupants were wearing their seatbelts? Will only autos registered after 1968, will only autos registered as antique be the target, or will officers be trained to recognize any registered vehicle older than 1968 so they won't inconvenience occupants of newer vehicles who don't even have to wear their seatbelts? It's logical to assume that some type of inspection will be required to ensure the belts are installed correctly, and who will train and designate those professionals. To summarize, I believe the antique automobile community will agree that the HB 326 is technically deficient, unenforceable, impractical, discriminating, and needless regulation. In fact, it's likely that New Hampshire would be the only state in the State of the Union that requires it. I assume HB 326 was written without the aid of statistical data relevant to the frequency of traffic accidents involving antique autos. So I can only conclude that law enforcement resources and our tax dollars would be more useful if directed to more effective existing regulations. And we know what they are: the speed limits, impaired and distracted drivers, reckless driving, etc. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Patero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned a situation where with these antique cars, the state doesn't have a requirement for certain safety features. You mentioned specifically turn signals. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on how the breakdown of those regulations are, whether they're purely federal, if it's on a state-by-state basis. I'm talking about like taillights and turn signals, like the third red brake light, for example. Like how is you as a Model A enthusiast tackle those and make sure you're tackling it so everyone's satisfied?
I'm not sure I understand the total scope of your question, but turn signals or directional lights are a good example. To help answer an earlier question, there are equipment available for antique cars that can provide that feature, and it's easy to install. The companies will give you good directions. We're even using LED lights now, or bulbs and tail lights and so forth. All of those things can be done without remarkably changing the character of the vehicle. And this speaks to the value. They can be put on by a hobbyist without any problem. There are seatbelt kits available, but interesting enough, if you purchase one, there are no specific instructions how that should be installed correctly. If you call the manufacturer, they will refrain from advising you on how to install it. And that gets back to my point about, in order to have the seatbelts effective and safe, they need to follow federal regulations or somebody's regulations. And the average hobbyist is not likely to be able to do that, even though many of our people already have installed seatbelts on their own accord. And my point is, that's the way it should be done, on our own accord. We don't need it regulated. We don't need all the extra expense associated with it. If we desire to have them, we'll put them on.
Follow up?
Thank you. So along those lines, are you aware of a federal law or regulation as it pertains to seatbelts for antique autos?
Yeah, I'm not.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair now would like to recognize Lawrence Arts, who opposes the bill, who's looking around 5 minutes. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lawrence Arts from Nashua, New Hampshire. I own a couple of antique vehicles, a 1951 Ford Custom sedan, which was an original car that I didn't actually look for the car. The car kind of found me. And it was inside of a garage since 1970. And I also own a 63 Chevy 2 Nova station wagon. Right now, my station wagon's undergoing restoration. And I was looking at putting seatbelts into that car. I had the whole interior taken out. And I'm analyzing the B-pillar. If I were to put seatbelts in that car, I'm going to have to put some kind of a reinforcement inside the B-pillar, which means I'm going to have to cut into it, put in some kind of an 1/8-inch plate with a threaded hole or a nut welded on the back side, and somehow install it into that B-pillar without distorting the B-pillar from welding, and try to make it look nice. But I looked at that pillar and said, boy, I don't want to. The paint is so nice on the inside of that car. I don't want to touch it. If I screw it up, if I make a mistake, it's going to look awful when I put it together. But the thing is, in order to put seatbelts in that car, it takes a lot of thought and planning on how to do it. And I'd like to put seatbelts in that car, but I don't. It's too much. It's too much involved to do it. And then I looked at my 51 Ford, my original 51 Ford. The B-pillar is curved at the bottom, and I don't know how I would make a mount for that. There's no cross member underneath it. I can't fasten. I have to have something strong underneath it. If I just go ahead and bolt seatbelts to the floor, I get into an accident. They'll just rip right out of that sheet metal. There has to be some kind of a reinforcement installed in it, which means I'm going to have to fabricate something. And so I am opposed to this bill. And the other thing is, it starts setting a precedent. If you start retroactively mandating special equipment in cars, then they're going to start mandating dual pot master cylinders, anti-lock brakes, side marker lights, head restraints, padded dashboards, even airbags. And, it just won't end. It won't end. And pretty soon you have a car that you can't even recognize from the original car. And it kind of defeats the purpose of having an antique car, for having the unique features that it does have. So for those reasons, I am opposed to this legislation.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Guyson.
Yes, can you please speak to the question of what the value of that vehicle is right now? Any of those vehicles in your collection, vice what the value would be with these modifications? What would your loss on your investment potential as a collector be?
With the modifications made, fully restored Chevy 2, I've seen them as high as like $24,000, $25,000. They probably would, $15,000, $18,000. It's kind of hard to put a number on it because, really the value of the car is what one's willing to pay for it. And I'll tell you, they'll get good money if the car was as original as can be and not all cut up and modified.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Chair, now I'd like to recognize Chris Landry, representing himself, who is opposed to the bill.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome to transportation.
My name is Chris Landry. I'm from Hudson, New Hampshire, 45-year resident of New Hampshire. I'm currently the president of the Central New Hampshire Model T Club. I have 4 cars that I own that are model year 1930 or earlier, so pretty familiar with the antique. As has already been mentioned, those of us in the antique car community are very concerned about safety. We do a lot to make sure that our cars are safe to drive. We like to drive them. We obviously don't want to get in accidents. Within our club, and I know some of the other clubs, we actually have tech sessions sometimes where we will get the club members together and go over and put it up on a lift and say, you should be checking this, you should be checking this. And also, as already been mentioned, a lot of us have added stuff to the cars to make them much safer. In the Model T world, that's usually directional signals, better braking systems, better lighting, things like that. Those things can mostly be added to the car in a way that they could be removed, okay? And generally have neutral impact on the value of the car or increase the value of the car, because they're not really destroying the car as it is, as its original. But that said, even with our focus on safety, we don't believe that this proposed bill for seatbelts is a wise idea. And there's a number of points I'd like to make about that. One is, there's a couple points that are kind of technical. One says in the bill, it says that this section is not intended to supersede any other law requiring the use of seat or safety belts. It's RSA 26662A says any motor vehicle whose model year is 60 years or older shall be exempt from all motor vehicle equipment and inspection requirements if the motor vehicle is equipped as it was manufactured or in accordance with the motor vehicle's original equipment specifications. So that seems to be in conflict and would make this unenforceable, and it kind of answers your question earlier. The cars are generally required to be equipped as they were when they were manufactured. So if there was no requirements for directional signals at the time the car is manufactured, there's no requirement to have it now. You can still use the hand signals out your window if you want to, although that's a very common modification because we want to be seen when we're out in traffic. As you know, New Hampshire only requires seatbelt use for persons younger than 18 years old. This proposed bill states all people in the car. There's no exception for any age, so that seems to be a discrepancy as well. Also in New Hampshire, any vehicle that's 25 years old or older can be registered as an antique. But when you do register a car as an antique, there are certain restrictions that come with that as to where you can use it. You know, you can't use it as your daily driver, for example, if it's an antique car. So some people with cars that are 25 years or older choose to do standard registration instead of antique registration because they want to use them more as a normal car. There's no definition in this proposed bill as to what, where the enforcement be. If you have a 1960 car that you're daily driving, it's not antique registered. Does that count as an antique car or not? And there's a lot of sort of enforcement actions there that are kind of difficult. The next point, HB 326, proposed HB 326 refers to the applicable standards in USD 49 CFR 571-207 to 210 for seatbelt requirements. And that raises a lot of issues. 49 CFR 571-208, which talks about what safety equipment needs to be installed in cars, only talks about cars from January 1st, 1972 on. So there's no reference in there for any older cars. So when you talk about applicable standards from those CFRs, are there even any applicable standards, or how does that reference? It seems to be quite a conflict there. 571-207 is really about seat installations and how the seats are mounted in cars and stuff like that, and that includes a lot of requirements around longitudinal and lateral force testing and things like that. It's like 20 times the weight, the seat structure has to hold, seat latches and stuff like that. Stuff that would be virtually impossible to achieve in a car that wasn't designed for that. You can't just modify the seat. The whole car structure has to be designed around those requirements, and they're not going to be able to be met in a modified antique car. As was mentioned, the structure of many antique cars is not at all like a modern car. It was very common back in the day that the car body was not even made by the branded car manufacturer. They were added after, or there was in the case of Ford, they were importing bodies from a couple of different cars and they put on there. A lot of the body structures are wood. There simply are not seatbelt anchor points in these cars that you can't bolt it down to floorboards that are only held in by a couple of sheet metal screws or something like that. That's not going to hold anything at all. So it would be next to impossible to mount seatbelts that would meet the requirements of 571-210. It just doesn't exist. They're also in that whole section, that whole group of the CFRs. There's extensive testing requirements for how these things are tested, which makes a whole lot of sense if you're designing a new car and you're going through that testing. But I have no idea how that would be accomplished if you were trying to retrofit an old car. A lot of that testing is destructive. So if you put a seatbelt in and you pull on it and it doesn't quite meet the requirements and it rips the car apart, that really is incompatible with a custom application that's going to be done car by car. We also think it would be next to impossible to find a shop that would be willing to do any kind of seatbelt installation like this due to perceived liability. If a shop, there's some really good shops that work on antique cars in New Hampshire. But if a car was brought to them and say, hey, here's this new law, I need to have seatbelts installed in this car that meet these federal standards, I'm pretty sure all those shops would decline to do that. Because if that car is in an accident and someone was hurt or injured, or even killed, worst case, the lawyers are going to be coming back to that shop and say, hey, you didn't really do it right. And that's a liability that they're not going to want to take on. And I believe the state would also face a liability as well. If the state's requiring an installation to something that was essentially impossible to achieve and there was a serious accident, the state may face some liability as well. As far as next point, the older cars, especially the cars I'm familiar with, tend to be a little bit top heavy, so they're somewhat susceptible to rollover accidents. We're not out driving on the highways and things like that, so we really, accidents are pretty rare, but I've heard of that. Prior to at least 1930, the most popular car types were what they called Tourings and Roadsters. It's basically what you today call a convertible, right? And there is no rollover protection in those cars. So if you were in a rollover accident, and I've seen some pretty horrible pictures, and you were belted in, you're guaranteed to be crushed by that car, okay? So, there's definitely a trade-off, right? If you're thrown from the car, that's not good either, but if there's a 2,000-pound car sitting on top of you upside down, that's not going to be good at all. Even the closed cars, again, they look a lot stronger, but they're not designed for rollover. They just weren't back then. So, a closed car in a rollover accident is probably going to give you more protection than an open car, but it's not going to give you the protection of a modern car. The proposed HB 326 in the fiscal note, it says that there would be no financial impact at the state, county, or local level. We don't think that's true. There's a lot of antique car shows and tours that happen in the state every year. A couple of examples, there's a very big show at Castle in the Clouds every fall that pulls hundreds of cars from all over the state and even out of state. The Horseless Carriage Club has a brass and gas tour every other year that typically goes through New Hampshire. And there's a lot of local shows that are fundraisers for a lot of charities. And it's very typical for people to drive their antique cars farther than 20 miles to get there. For me, I've been to Castle in the Clouds 2 or 3 times. That's a 70-mile drive each way in a 1915 car, and which is obviously well out of the limit of the 20 miles. There also are many of the clubs run tours where we'll get a bunch of the cars together and run a tour around New Hampshire and go visit some tourist spots and stuff like that. And those tours can easily be 50 or 100 miles or more. So a lot of that stuff would probably just not happen if this was a requirement, because people would not be doing these modifications to the car. and that has an impact on the you know, on fundraising for people, on other businesses that are being patronized by people on these tours and stuff like that. Despite the fact that there have been some accidents in these cars, it's not common. You know, we know, obviously in the community is pretty close, and we know of accidents that have happened. We know of accidents that have happened outside of New Hampshire. It's unfortunate, but it's not a common occurrence. You know, we're not putting the kind of miles on these cars that you put on your modern cars. We're driving them in appropriate areas in cars from the 20s and stuff. We're not out on the highway with them. We're on the back roads and stuff like that. So accidents do happen, but we don't think this is, that the lack of seatbelts is really creating a big safety issue. And I don't know if you remember from the very early days of seatbelts back in the 60s and 70s, you know, a lap belt only offers some protection, but you know, in some cases it held you in place while you get slammed into the steering column and stuff like that. So there's definitely a trade-off there, right? And we're not trying to argue that driving antique cars is safe. There's definitely a safety trade-off with driving these cars, but it's something that everyone's aware of, and we're trying to make it as safe as possible. And we don't believe that adding seatbelts is going to help that. And just one final point, you know, it's been discussed a little bit, is that part of the value of antique cars is related to their originality, right? And as I talked a little bit about here, there is no way that you could add seatbelts in a 1915 car or even a 1960 car without major structural modifications. The car structure is just not designed for that, and it would. You know, someone asked a question before about the value. There's no market for cars that are modified that way, so it's very hard to say what the value would be if the car was modified that way. But if I add, and one thing in a Model T, you can add aftermarket disc brakes on that car. That doesn't reduce the value of the car because they're very easy to take off if someone wants to buy it for originality. And in some cases, that's seen as a safety feature that increases the value of the car. So that's a whole different level of things. So. I think that the significant structural modifications that would be made have to be made to an antique car to add seatbelts that would meet all these standards. Just makes it impossible, and I think most owners would opt not to do that and would be limited to where they can drive their cars and stuff. So it seems that HB 326 has been proposed without really fully considering all this stuff. We don't think that this is the right approach to addressing safety in antique cars. And we hope that this bill is not passed. So.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Before I close out the hearing, I see some people standing and sitting in there. Do you want to add anything? Because I have no more cards left before I close the hearing on this bill.
I will.
I'll need a pink card.
I will get you one.
You can fill it out afterwards, Representative Pearl. Just let me know. Can make it short and quick. It'd be pretty great.
I'm a true believer in the 3-minute rule. So I own a 67 Mustang, and pretty much all he said was right on. It changes the value of the vehicle and whatever. And if I remember right, we were the last state to go to seatbelts, mandatory seatbelts. Huh? Oh. Right? But before that, we fought that too. So why are we trying to impose this on old cars that I know when I drive my 67, I'm very careful with it. I know other people aren't around me, but so be it. So I really don't think we need to be forcing people to put seatbelts in antique cars that some of them don't go very fast anyway. But just my 2 cents, and I appreciate your letting me speak.
Okay, with that, I don't have any other slips. So at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 326. Just a couple of close kind of items for the committee. First of all, thank you for your support today, with Chairman Walsh being out and me taking over the helm. I appreciate you all and your support. Want to thank Representative Martin and Fred for joining us today and being part of us. For everyone else, watch your emails. Representative Chairman Walsh, or should I call him Vice Chair Walsh? No, okay. Chairman Walsh will send out an email about next week about hearings and about exec session, so watch out for your email. So other than that, we wish him much health. We'll see you all next week.
Do we have a meeting next week? Are we here next week?
I'm pretty,
Pretty sure?
I'm pretty sure, but watch your email. It may change.